Hello, everybody. Welcome to our grand finale for Saltmarsh Stories. Very exciting time. We will be level 20 in this session. Now, if you haven't tuned in to us before, that's okay. These stories are all designed to be kind of standalone. But if you have tuned in before, there are definitely threads of a story that you will be able to pick up on. So it's all very good for everybody. Just a quick thank you to some of our sponsors and supporters. First and foremost, our Patreon supporters and Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much. You are the ones who allow us to keep doing what we do. We are supported by Roll20, the world's leading virtual tabletop. You can try it out for free at roll20.net. Roll20 is one of my favorite platforms. I use it all of the time in my offline games. It's fantastic. Heroic Maps is our official battle map sponsor. You can check out their library of more than 300 maps on DriveThruRPG. And you can go to tabletoploot.com and enter Greyhawk in the coupon code for 15% off a dice order. I love Tabletop Loot. I don't think I've got any... Oh, wait. I sure do. I've got some of my Tabletop Loot dice that I'm rolling today. I have a lot of dice that I'm rolling today because we're level 20. So head on over to Tabletop Loot and get yourself some discount dice. And our Patreon supporters and Twitch subscribers can get coupon codes to Ruink and Cantrip Candles in the private section of our Discord, which is also heavily ironic because I've got a Cantrip Candle going right now to get me in the mood. So definitely check out all of the... Yeah, exactly. Got to do it.
What kind of mood is that?
I think I'll keep that to myself. And also a great, big... wonderful, lovely, happy birthday to Amber, who's playing Varsha. It is her birthday today. Everyone say happy birthday to Amber.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
We love you!
Thank you.
And I think we'll start going around and introducing ourselves there. Amber, how about you go first, birthday girl?
Thank you. I am playing Vasha Stormsong, the Sea Elf Tempest Cleric. I have never played a level 20 character. I apparently can fly now. So I imagine I'm just going to fly about and cast lightning wherever I can.
Perfect. Let's go with Adam as Derek.
Hi everyone, I'm Adam Barnello. I'll be playing Derek Altorin, a half-elf druid, archdruid that is now. I've played level 20 a couple of times for one shot here or there. Never a druid, and I'm excited to hopefully have unlimited hit points, I guess. That's a thing that you do as a druid. So that's cool.
And Dan as Samael.
Hi, I'm playing Sam, who is one of the group's barbarians. He's an elf, he's a bit fashionable, and he's reeling at the fact that he has well, I'm reeling at the fact that Sam has triple-digit hit points because, holy crap, this level 20 thing means I don't need to be risk-averse, in theory. Let's see how that goes.
In theory. Liz is Yumi.
Hello, I'm Liz Hirsch. I'm playing our other barbarian who has been triple digits for a while, but now it's kind of getting insane. I have so many hit points, guys. It's so fun. But yeah, hi, I'm playing Yumi. I'm playing our Fallen Asimir barbarian.
Two barbarians. This is going to be great fun. I am Alex Catu. You can find me on Twitter at Alex Catu. I am your DM for today. I have not DM'd level 20 before, so this will be fun. I've played it in a couple of one-shots, but never run a level 20 game before, so this will be good fun. Unfortunately, Sam, our lovely Jara, cannot be with us today, but I believe he'll be hanging out in chat, so say hi if you see him. We miss you very much. And I guess this just means that this will have to come back and all play together again soon, because we can't have a last game without everybody here, so we'll have to come back again. Okay. Let's play some D&D. If I can find my notes. Actually, you know what? I think we need a little bit of a recap. So everyone's going to roll me a d20.
That's a 4.
9.
17.
19, 11. I think 4 is our lowest. Dan, you want to give me a recap?
Oh, gee.
What's been going on?
What hasn't been going on? Let's see if I can remember what's been happening. After we came back from the mine escapade last time, that seemed to have increased our standing a little, where following the death of and the disparagement of our previous employers, we're starting to get a bit of our reputation back as good people, not associated with all the political intrigue, which is nice. Yumi is still looking for her siblings. Sam has been busking a lot because he loves the bagpipes. I can't remember what Varsha's been doing. I'm so sorry. You'll have to fill me in. And Derek and I was going to relay some of the stuff that happened there, but I think I will pass over to Derek to tell that story.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, sure. So during the downtime, when we last left our heroes, Derek was, I would say, kind of justifiably upset at Jara. We learned a lot about his background as a former slave trader, and I took personal affront to that. We had quite a dramatic discussion between the 5 of us in our last session, where we learned much about Jara's background and the impacts on Yumi's life and on the rest of us as well. And it took some time for Jara and Derek to come to terms with their, let's say, dramatic differences of opinion when it comes to the validity of that as a profession. At a certain point, Derek decided that it's time for bygones to be bygones, and we need each other as friends and allies too much for us to let this cause a rift between us. And as an olive branch, he reached out to Jara one night when we had a little bit of a reprieve, and utilized this spell Regenerate to regrow Jara's missing finger, and to also repair his shattered ear and his missing eye. The 2 of them had a bit of a discussion there about what makes a man, that and a pair of testicles, and they came to a mutual agreement to try and be better men. And much crying was had.
Many feels.
Much crying was had.
So many
definitely.
feels in the Discord. Just lots and lots of feels. Ooh, I don't want to close that.
Sorry, my cat's like super noisy at the moment because
That's okay.
the floor's redone. So if you hear lots of meowing, I'm sorry, everyone. Just ignore it.
No, we also got a cat.
Yeah, never ever. Yeah, we also got a cat. Samael now has a cat that just follows him around.
We have a ship kitty cat
Yeah,
for the rats.
yeah, exactly. You've got a ship now, so you need a ship kitty.
Sold.
That's the real thing.
So if you hear meows, that's just our cat.
Exactly. But speaking of ships, though, we're going to open today with just an endless expanse of deepest blue, broken only by small foaming whitecaps as a brisk westerly wind rushes across the surface of the Azure Sea. A small keelboat decorated with a narwhal along the side effortlessly skims across the ocean in a tailwind strong enough to sting the face as it hurls glittering spray beneath the waxed hoods of the party on board. That is not the occupants' current concern, however. They're on the hunt for something a little larger than the Sahuagin that have historically troubled these waters. This party has caught wind that a kraken may be active in the deep, dark depths of Saltmarsh, and have been relentlessly scouring the seas for any sign of such creature for the last days, weeks, months. They've been taking turns to go out on the boat and look, as well as hang out in town. Today, Jara is out in town tracking down what he can about the Sea Princes in an attempt to hopefully find out more information about Yumi's siblings and where they might be. So Jara is not on the boat with the rest of the party today. Everybody else, though, is on the keelboat. I sent you the keelboat stats from the Saltmarsh book. So we do know what this boat looks like. What are we all doing on this keelboat as you are? Oh, probably about. I actually had to do miles and kilometer conversions today, so you're all probably about 1 mile, so 1.5 kilometers away from the shore of Saltmarsh, from the bay. So you're out in deep waters at the moment, and you have been searching for this kraken that you feel like might be in the area.
Vasha is standing at one of the ends of the boat, and she's looking out, and her cape is kind of billowing behind her, and her hair is whipping in the wind as she's kind of looking out, and you see that she's looking specifically for something, and she turns though because it's coming from the opposite direction as a large bird is coming towards her. I imagine.
So the large bird lands on the rail of the quarterdeck next to Vasha, and you see as a blurring form of Derek comes into materialism, standing on the deck next to Vasha.
And she just looks and she goes, "There you are. I've missed you. Been gone for a while." And then she, like, for the first time, she actually, in front of everyone else, she kisses him in front of everybody. And then gives him a long hug, too.
I'm sorry.
You make her adorable.
This is all quite embarrassing. I apologize, everyone. I didn't really want to show this in front of you.
Stop worrying about them.
Yeah, Yumi's not even paying attention. She's been busy practicing with her new sword, and she just like glances at you guys like it was a secret, and I go back to what I was doing.
Sam's been Sam has a ring of water walking now, so he has just been walking on the water just around the boat, and on seeing this, he immediately just sprints across the water and jumps up and gives you both just the biggest hug and just is like, "Oh my god," at you both. It's
that's so cute.
So stoked.
And then she like puts her hand on your cheek and she's like, "I told you they wouldn't care. They'd be happy."
I know. It's just I would never want to step on anyone's toes or make any waves in the group. I was just concerned that it would change the dynamic for everyone. I shouldn't have worried. I know you told me I shouldn't have worried. You're right.
The only thing you should worry about is turning into cuter animals. An albatross, really?
Albatrosses can fly for like 6 hours with only 2 or 3 beats of their wings. It made sense at the time.
Awkward looking.
Fine. Next time for you, I'll turn into a falcon or a hawk or something.
What about a puffin? As I'm like swinging my sword.
And she, like Vasha starts like, you see her like ears twitch, and she's like, "Ooh, a puffin."
A puffin. Puffins can barely fly.
But they're cute.
I did some scouting around while I was up there as an albatross.
Oh, and then she like comes out of her like thinking about puffins moment, and she's like, "Did you find anything?"
Not at this stage.
Did I?
Not at this stage. It's been a frustrating few days, to be honest. Your last couple of trips out have been both concerning and also very, very boring, because on the one hand, you haven't really encountered many things at all, because your previous trips out into the ocean, you've been, wiping out Sahuagin. You've been fighting all sorts of sea creatures that have traditionally troubled ships in this area. Last couple of days, the sea's been empty. You haven't hit any Sahuagin. There's been none of the weird undead that you've run into since your very first day in Saltmarsh. You even went back to the wreck that you found in the first session that we had at tiny level 1 babies. You even went back there and it was empty. No other Sahuagin had come back and started using it as a nest again. There was no trace of the undead. The seas around Saltmarsh have been dead silent, which is concerning, but you also haven't found anything.
Well, while Varsha and Derek were having their cute animal moment, Sam was rummaging in his backpack and pulls out his bagpipes and comes up to Varsha and says, I hope I have remembered this correctly, and just starts playing.
And she's like, as an elf, she has had so many birthdays, but she has totally just like for a moment she's like, oh, how did you find out?
You just pick up a few things when you're out at the docks and you've been around the town for a while and you hear things. So I'm glad I remembered accurately. And while he was playing, the illusory magic of the bagpipes were just throwing up a whole bunch of cute birds, sea animals, etc., just around him and spinning around Varsha just as a birthday gift.
And you see, like, especially with like the sea animals and all of that kind of thing, you see her eyes just like light up, her ears are like perked up like really straight, and she's happy. And then she like immediately like jumps up and like just bear hugs you, like, thank you so much, that was so cute, I love it.
As you squeeze, there's a weird bagpipe deflating noise as you just tackle hug Sam while he's still holding the bagpipe.
Awkward squawking.
But yeah, no, Sam returns the hug. But in the absence of anything happening, it's just been lots of looking and waiting, right?
Yeah, it really has been. But you have your keelboat, so there's a couple of different things that you can do on the keelboat. As people, as crew, we need somebody to helm it. Basically, we need somebody to be navigating.
Yeah, I feel like that's my job.
And we need probably somebody. It's three crew, so we've got oars and a sail, so we've got somebody who's doing the movement. But at level 20, you folks have probably got some pretty sweet magic means by which to move this ship. So I'll say that, yeah, we need somebody on the sails, we need somebody on the helm, and we need somebody navigating.
Sam's happy to do the sails. He loves the climbing, the being up there, so that's totally his bag.
Yeah, I feel like Yumi would be like Vasha, would let Vasha do the navigating. She's definitely still not comfortable on boats.
Yeah.
She's just like, I'm too heavy to do sails, so I'm just gonna stay on the boat and practice with my sword and try not to get in the way. And I can't imagine she's going below deck very often either because she's so stinking tall. So she's just like, I'm just gonna stay up top and occupy myself.
Well, there is a ballista at the front. There is a ballista at the front of the boat, so I'm gonna guess that Yumi's hanging out with the weaponry.
Okay, yeah, that would make her happy.
Yeah. So you've got a great big ballista on the
Vasha,
front.
how are you at survival?
I am excellent.
Okay, so it's a trade-off. Either you or I could navigate, kind of independent of skills.
I am very, very wise at navigating.
Wonderful.
And surviving.
Yes. And steering the boat and navigating are different roles. So
right.
Derek can still be at the helm with Vasha, having a look around the seas, seeing what's up, trying to find interesting spots to navigate the boat to direct
It's
Derek.
so romantic with them both up there doing that.
Is Sam saying this
Yeah.
to Yumi? Walks up behind Yumi while she's like
Pretty
swinging her
much.
sword.
Ah! Oh.
Yeah, and like Vasha will like lean her head on Derek's shoulder and she'll be like, "Oh, it's over there."
Yumi definitely just glances back at Sam, just like, okay. They're also doing their jobs, but alright.
Yeah, but romantically, it's awesome.
Romantically, we'll romantically
very
fight a
stoic
kraken later.
As I'm intimately focused on doing the job of helming the ship. However, I do have a bit of a smirk on my face as I'm doing it. That's the only kind of crack in the armor.
Yeah, you're like, this is fine. This is good.
Not that kind of intimately steering. Thank you very much.
I didn't mean it like that. I was just repeating what you said. I didn't even think of that.
This is so much fun. I'm gonna miss you all.
Can't think that way yet.
No.
There'll be time for that at the end when we're all dead and
time for
being
that.
digested by
We're
crap.
not gonna die. We're gonna kill everything. It's gonna be awesome.
You're level 20. You're you know, godlike.
Oh,
Yes.
You said it, not us.
Yeah.
You
And
did.
if you all start to die, I can fly away.
Hey. Hey.
That's what you want from the party cleric.
Everyone's dying. Vosh is like, goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah. Either way, I think Yumi is actually gonna like just turn to Sam, but just be like, I'm happy that we're happy though. Like she is like, you guys would know Yumi long enough to be like, even though she's not smiling on the outside, she's smiling on the inside, and you can tell she's pleased by this. She's just
Yeah.
like, my friends are happy, and that makes me happy.
So, in terms of where you're navigating, where you're looking, the area around Saltmarsh, the oceans around Saltmarsh, are quite open. There are some little islands further out to sea, quite a bit further out, maybe like a day's sail. There's also the wreck that you investigated in your first session, but there's kind of a lot of open water north and south of Saltmarsh. Is there anywhere in particular that the group is patrolling today?
I'd like to head south. That's the direction from whence I came,
Yeah.
and I was wrecked by the Kraken. That's how I got to Saltmarsh in the first place. So it seems to stand to reason that it would be in that kind of direction if that was its feeding grounds. So
Yeah, and Vasha, being from the sea, would also like to whisper in Aquan to see if there are any other sea elves in the area. See if any rumors have been heard.
Okay.
I don't know if there would be any in
Yeah.
the vicinity, but
Absolutely. Do you know what? I'm gonna get you to make a perception check for me.
got a nat 20!
Oh,
So that's
shit.
31.
Damn. Yeah, you put this out there. You kind of trailing your hands in the water and putting it out there to any other sea elves who should be in the area. Nothing.
Oh.
Almost appointed nothing. There's just,
So,
and
like,
again, it strikes you that the ocean is not. It should not be this silent.
so she's like leaning down after speaking, trying for a couple minutes and hearing nothing and knowing that that's just unlike anything she's ever not heard. She stands back up and looks to everyone else, and she has this concerned look on her face and says, okay, the sea is too quiet. I can't even reach my people. No one is responding to me. This isn't normal.
The sea has you've been telling. I'm assuming Vasha has been giving us basically like little reports of what she's been hearing. And I think Yumi just thinks for a moment, and she's just like, "You've been saying the sea has been empty and silent for quite some time. When I hunted in the mountains, an empty forest was never a good sign. It either meant everything knew I was there, or it meant that something else bigger was there and scaring everything off. I
Means
think,
there's a predator.
yeah, it means either one, everyone's been eaten, or two, everything's too scared to move. They're hiding."
On hearing that kind of information, Sam steps out of the boat onto the water and casts Commune with Nature just to see if there's anything else that to use the spell to find out what's in there in the body of water in a 3-mile radius. Any prevalent animals, creatures, just to get a sense of what's in there in a broader sense. Hopefully, broader than
nothing there.
Than nothing there. Yeah.
I'll get you to just read that spell for me because level 20.
Yes, sure. You briefly become one with nature and gain knowledge of the surrounding territory. In the outdoors, the spell gives you knowledge within 3 miles of you. You instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts about any of my choice, about any of the following subjects as they relate to the terrain or body of water, prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or people, powerful celestials, fey, fiends, elementals, or undead, influence from other planes of existence, or buildings.
Okay.
So really, really focusing on the animal aspect there, with a side note of sort of just what's happening in the water, the movement, the ebb and the flow.
Okay. In terms of creatures and animals, you pick up what Vasha picked up, which is just a deadly silence. The same kind of silence that Yumi is talking about in the mountains. And an unnatural silence. In terms of ebb and flow, you pick up something different. You pick up a couple of things. You pick up the general kind of activity around Saltmarsh. There's always a lot of that. There's always a lot of boats coming in and out, and that kind of impacts the way that the water moves around because of the fishing boats, the merchant boats coming back in. But you pick up something. You almost miss this. It almost escapes your attention, not because it's so small, but because it's so big. Kind of like you don't notice the forest when you're standing next to a tree. And this is the forest. There's some movement in the water that goes against the tide. And it is colossal beyond your reckoning.
Do I get a sense of the direction that it's moving to and coming from?
It's everywhere.
Oh, geez. I jump back up on the boat looking really, really nervous. Yeah, this walking on water business is spectacular. I'm loving it.
I'm just picturing Sam just like trotting around the boat, like
basically.
And then just goes, oh shit, and jumping.
Pretty much.
Oh man, whoosh!
Looking like super nervous. Sam is city person, so sort of understands the concept of what Yumi's described, but he's never experienced until just having that moment there, and just shares that terror and weirdness and sense of everything.
of not being right.
Yeah.
And it's like walking down a dark alleyway in the middle of the night when you're expecting there to be people around, and it's there's nobody there, and it's eerie.
Yeah.
The moment you say that, like Basha can sense the panic in your voice, and she's standing next to Derek, and she reaches for his arm and she grabs it. And Derek, you feel a sense of magic imbue into you, and she's cast Death Ward on you.
Oh. How long does Death Ward last for?
8 hours.
Good to know.
So that's a face.
I don't know what that spell does, so
Yes. At level 20, let's read out all of our spells because nobody's going to know what any of these do. Least of all me.
So, the first time you would drop to 0 hit points as a result of taking damage, you instead drop to 1 hit point.
Cool.
nice.
That's pretty sick.
I feel like
Well-
I'm that kid who's just like, I got a rock when it comes to the level 20 thing. Like
It's
I was
actually
new
a level
sword.
4th spell, so it's
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty nice. I like Death Ward. But it was just something like it was just a gut reaction. Like I feel like that's just something she would have done just on ugh, she wasn't even thinking. It just she grabbed your arm and you just felt it. Like you're just like ugh. Like all of a sudden you just feel this kind of like radiant warmth in you, and you were just like
Okay. Anybody who's not either panicking or doing another job, I'll get you to make a perception check for me.
I'm gonna roll to see if I'm panicking.
Good call.
am I panicking?
Yeah, Derek, I'm going to get you to make a wisdom saving throw for me because
All right.
this is... You've experienced this, and if anybody's going to lose their shit over what this could potentially mean...
So level 20.
Yeah.
I
I
rolled a
know.
7
Yeah.
for a 19.
Yeah. You keep it together. You're starting... You can feel like your pulse racing a little bit and your breathing picks up for a second, but you keep it together because you know you're stronger now. Yeah. You're stronger now. You've got your friends beside you. Whatever this is. And you know what? Just for shits and giggles, make me a nature check as well.
I'm only okay at those.
Mm.
Also a 19.
Oh, this is fun. Okay, but you can't because the last time something bad happened to you in the ocean, like something critically bad happened to you in the ocean, it took you very much by surprise. So you're not sure if the strange feeling that Sam's getting from the water that Varsha's getting, you're not sure if that relates to what you fear it might. Because you were taken completely unawares last time. So anything that might be a precursor to it, you're not sure what it means. You don't have quite enough knowledge for that, even with a 19.
Okay.
But those making
But
perception checks.
But I do get the vibe that something
Oh, something.
bad is happening. Okay.
Yeah.
As we're-
It's been
as we're
communicated
making
through
perception
Varsha and
checks.
Sam.
As we're making perception checks, I will call Yumi over. And I'll just say, Yumi, I've got a bad feeling about this. Just stay next to me for a moment or two, and I'll place my hand on her shoulder. And as we kind of wait and watch over the course of the next minute, I will cast. Here it is, guys, the big blowout. I will cast Foresight on Yumi.
Whew.
Ooh.
Oh shit! Read it
So
out.
Yeah, just
That's a
9th
good
level
one.
spell right there. Blow it. So for the next 8 hours, you have.
Oh my god.
You can't be surprised. You have advantage on attack rolls, ability checks,
Hey, we're
saving
sticky
throws,
notes.
and initiative. And everyone has disadvantage on attack rolls against you.
Whoa! Hang on, I need to write all that down. I need more sticky notes.
You have advantage on everything.
Yep.
Okay, advantage on everything. So here's the thing. I also have advantage. I have advantage on initiative already. Does that mean I get
That's
to roll
okay.
like 3 times?
No,
No.
it doesn't stack. Advantage doesn't stack.
Only
But-
I can do that.
That's sweet.
I can
Yeah.
do that.
Thank
That
you
is
for
sweet.
helping me with my dirt rolls. That's insurance.
Yeah,
Okay,
Derek's
so
your
that-
insurance policy.
So that perception check, I need.
That happened before.
Yeah, it doesn't count towards that.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
gonna
I
happen
know.
before.
So here's the thing. I rolled lower than my passive perception. My passive perception is 17. I got a 12.
This is kind of an active looking for weird stuff.
Okay. 12.
Sorry, I rolled really bad too. I only got a 23.
Okay.
Ooh. Only.
Only a 23. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing you studied that book, Derek. In
That's
fact, what book have you been reading? With Jara not here, it's a very good thing.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
I spent a little time with a book called The Tome of Understanding to increase my wisdom score by a fair margin. So now I have a passive perception and an active perception that are quite high.
Sorry, the dregs of my coffee were like really grainy. Yeah. All right. That was an unpleasant surprise. But even with your terrible roll of 23, did anybody else get above 20 on that perception roll?
I have a different route that I want to take with something.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Turn didn't roll. He's still panicking.
Yeah. Okay. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I wasn't rolling because I had been like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then-
You and Sam are just like, what does it mean?
what?
But this other thing that you wanted to try, what's it in relation to?
Because she hasn't heard anything, or she hasn't. We can't find anything. There's this overwhelming sense of dread, and now there's this overwhelming sense of terror. There's no word or movement or sense of life from the sea. This is going to be a time where Vasha would use her divine intervention
Okay.
to actually speak with her deity, something she, up until this point, has never done.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
And actually, so would you like me to try it now?
Yes, do it while people are looking around. If you were too panicked to look around and you're going to turn your eyes inward, you're going to do this at the same time that everybody else is kind of scanning the sea.
Yeah,
That
so
just works at level 20, right?
Yeah. So that's why I've like never tried it before, because I'm just like, oh, this just happens now at level 20.
Wow, I didn't know that.
She drops Derek's arm and she turns and she looks outward to the sea, and she takes her like some of the shells out of her hair, and she like says a prayer to Umberly, and she casts them out into the sea, and she requests aid. Umberly, I beg you, please help us find where this evil lies so that we can defeat it.
Okay.
And she casts the shells into the sea. I think that's...
Yeah, and that's just gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So a couple of things happen.
Please don't
Kind
be
of
underneath our boat. Also, just please, like, and she like...
You're just like, also please don't.
She's like, here's a starfish. Throw that one in. Like.
But a couple of things
Have a snack.
do happen at the same time here. As you cast your shells into the sea and look up from your reverie, and as at the same time Derek beside you is scanning the ocean, you both notice something. But you both notice different things. Derek, you notice a small sailboat, tiny, like almost like a personal yacht style sailboat, something small and fast, is pulling away from Saltmarsh very, very quickly towards you. It's you've got a strong tailwind, so it makes sense, but it is skimming away from Saltmarsh. And at this time of day, not too many other boats are doing that. They're kind of just sitting there. So it's coming towards you very, very quickly. And Varsha, you notice that there is a stain spreading in the water about 500 feet from Saltmarsh. An inky black stain that is turning the water completely opaque, completely black. And it is spreading out towards the town. The boat, Derek, skips over this stain, escapes the side of it, and keeps coming towards you.
Is this something that like we hadn't seen before, and now like maybe with Umberlee's intervention, I was just kind of like,
The stain looks like it's been spreading for a little bit. It's already very large.
Are we kind of like in it?
Oh no,
or...
you are a mile away from Saltmarsh. Saltmarsh is a speck on the horizon for you.
Okay, so
you are starting to see. You have only just the stain's just gotten big enough that it is now filling Saltmarsh's harbour, and it's now big enough, or perhaps not quite big enough, but with the aid of your god, you are able to catch this dark stain in the crystalline blue water.
Is it in between us and Saltmarsh?
In between you and Saltmarsh.
So
it's in the harbour and you are out to sea.
Without telling them, she just kind of like, she senses it from Umberlee, and she lifts up with her ability to fly, and she just like kind of just like is it Storm
yes.
from X-Men, where she just kind of like straight just like lifts up into the air, and she like gets an aerial view of it so she can just see like how big it's panned out, and her jaw just drops. And she's like, and she's just surveying, and she can, I imagine, seeing it now in full.
It fills the harbour and extends out a little way into the ocean. The waters around Saltmarsh have gone completely black.
Okay.
And that rings huge alarm bells for you.
Yeah.
Have I ever seen this before?
You haven't seen it. You've noticed the boat. Varsha with her keen elf eyes and a little bit of a nudge from her god, because you're at the water level, so it's very difficult to see what's happening in the water that far away. But you have definitely spotted the boat skimming towards you.
I will inform the others while Vasha flies up. There's a boat leaving Saltmarsh and coming to us quite quickly.
While I like, she's like looking up there, and she's just like overwhelmed. Like her heart is racing. She expected this. She knew that this was coming, but she's overwhelmed with panic. And she has to she does her best to like take a deep breath and slow her thoughts. She's okay. Set your mind to the task, and she tries to remind herself of Jara's advice. Set your feelings aside. There is a task at hand. And then she slowly sets herself back down on the deck of the boat. And she just like without words, she puts her hands up and stops all of them. She just like, stop talking. And she like gets all of their eyes, and she points to the ink that is there. And she says, "Do you see that?" She's like, "Look. And see that ink?"
And now that she's pointed it out, there is a shadow in the water.
I like to think in this entire meantime that Yumi has been like very quietly trying to calm Sam down enough so he's just like not like but she's been like, but now that like Vasha's pointed out the ink, she just turns and is like, oh, never mind then, forget it. Panic! Now's the time to panic.
And then like she sees like Sam is like and then like Yumi starts going like, oh my god.
No, Yumi, like she's just gone blank, and you can probably in the back of her mind she's just thinking like, man, this is what having friends is like. It is not worth it. having friends is not worth it if this is what it costs.
Okay.
She just goes it is coming. We have to stop that. It is very near. And
Now do I know what it is?
Ooh, the inky black water does kind of raise a memory in you. Not of seeing it from above the water, but from being in the water. And it being pitch black and not knowing which way is up or down. It's not a pleasant memory. But seeing pitch black water on a bright sunny day, it does bring back a flash of a very unpleasant memory. The boat is still skimming towards you now. It's probably about 100 feet away.
As you all look over, or as we glance at each other rather, and you catch Derek, I am now white knuckle grip on the till of the boat, and you don't know whether it's a trick of the light or if I might perhaps be casting Druidcraft to make it happen, but there's a shadow that crosses in front of me, and I'm in darkness in a bright sunny day, and my eyes are just fixated on this black ink spot, just with a look of determination and anger on my face.
Sam actually, on seeing the ink and seeing Derek react like that, he actually manages to clear his head a bit. It's like that sense of, I can see something now. There is something there that I can react to as needed, and it's almost like the panic is transferred from Sam to Yumi. Just based upon different reactions to the same piece of information. And Sam goes up to Derek and just calmly and quietly just kind of asks what this might mean, and is there anything we can do to prepare for it? Even if it means running, but is there anything we can do here to ready for what may or may not be coming?
If you have a god, it's time to pray.
Well, no, so let's not waste time on that then.
Yeah, all my gods can eat my ass. Yumi is hailing the boat.
Yeah.
I also think that it will likely attack the town. Maybe it would be wise to evacuate all of the elderly or children from the immediate vicinity. Warn the town, at least.
Is someone able to get a message to the town from here?
Very easily. As
Right.
she just was like, and then she like lifts just like a little bit off the like ground. She's like, I could just fly.
You're a mile away, though. That'll take a while, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
what's your fly speed?
It's my movement speed.
Yeah, you're a mile away from
I mean,
the town.
yeah,
You're
I
out in
would
the
have
open
to
water.
like
Yep.
walk there.
You would have to walk back to town, which
Yeah.
which also Sam can do.
True.
True, but again, a mile.
Yeah.
Just don't
But Yumi, you're hailing the boat.
Get slapped with a
Yeah,
tentacle.
the boat was kind of coming out, and it does start to kind of circle around towards you. Anybody who is looking at the boat, it's probably closing in now. It's probably about 60 feet away from you. Who is paying attention to the boat?
Me?
Yeah, I think it's just you. I think it's just you, Yumi.
Yeah, Yumi is like, okay, this isn't something I can do anything about at this moment. I'm going to handle what I can, which is these people who are approaching us and
Yeah.
let us know what's going on.
And you've spent a lot of time in Saltmarsh now, so you do recognize that it is two people from the town on the boat. It's a member of a family called the Wrist family, who own a pretty nice tavern, and they're also renowned lobster fishers. This is an older fellow, must be an uncle or a second cousin or something, not one of the main members of the family, but you've seen him around with the Wrist family over the last few months. He's an older human guy. and a very elderly half-orc woman who you've seen selling vegetables at the market, possibly a farmer who lives out of town and comes in for market days. And she's kind of like a bent-over elderly half-orc woman. Half-orcs kind of don't live quite as long as humans, so they're probably about the same age. Both quite elderly.
Okay.
And they're
Yeah,
on
so
this skiff, on this little sailboat, skimming over the water towards you.
Okay, yeah, I just raise a hand and I lean down because I'm assuming there may be Are they on the same level as we are, or a little bit lower?
They're lower than you, and they haven't reached you just yet. They're about 60 feet away.
Okay, I'll just wait.
Okay.
Then.
Yep. Now, you've got foresight, Yumi.
Uh-huh.
All right, so you can't be surprised.
No.
Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Okay, hang on, I gotta find my stuff. Oh, that's not good. I'm not fast.
You get advantage, I believe.
Oh, that's right. Thank goodness, you're right.
Advantage on everything.
Yeah.
Oh, not that it does not matter.
Oh, buddy.
10.
Okay. You are not surprised. You see the man, the uncle or second cousin of the Wrist family, begin to cast a spell. But by the time you open your mouth to say something about it, you are not surprised, unlike everybody else. But by the time that you open your mouth to say something, he has finished the spell. He is quicker than you. And time stops for all of you.
No.
Oh, you son of a gun.
Like we're frozen or we're still active?
As in
while
time has
things
stopped
around us?
and you are frozen.
Dang.
Butthead, rude.
Yeah, mean. What?
What pose are we all in? Just
Yes! What pose are you all in?
Yeah, Yumi just looks like, what?
Oh, that's not good. Okay.
The foresight
Yeah,
too
you were just
late.
like, the foresight, you knew it was going to happen, but unfortunately there is no save against this. This just happens. And yeah, okay. And you know this is happening, but it all feels like it's happening very, very quickly to you. Let me just check one small thing, because
Take your time.
these are high-level
Not
spells.
going anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And it's almost the figure on the boat is now moving so quickly that you can't track, that you have no idea what's happening, that your hands are moving, and I need everybody to make me a... Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I need everybody to make me a Constitution save.
Oh, so,
Oh,
okay.
darn it. Ew. Gotta unfreeze my arms.
Non-natural 20.
Okay.
25?
Okay.
16.
It depends on what the effect is.
Okay.
Oh yes, actually, I have a special thing.
Okay. The effect is
Doesn't matter.
yeah. Okay. Okay. The effect is what's my? I've got a lot of things open. Okay. Anybody who got a well, the effect is that as soon as these quick hand movements finish, a cone of icy cold air envelopes out from the boat and covers all of you. You see ice very quickly, like all along the boat, and as it hits you, anybody who rolled less than a 17 on that con save is going to take 40 points of cold damage.
Jeez.
Anyone who rolled higher is going to take 20 half damage.
I'm gonna get that. I'm just gonna get him.
Unless Yumi gets to him first, she's gonna be so pissed.
I know. I'm just.
And you cannot move. And this is all. It's all happening so quickly. So that is magical cold damage, Derek. If that impacts anything.
I can move. I'm gonna move so good.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw the kraken at him. I'm gonna throw him at the kraken.
Yep.
Guys,
Yep.
wanna dunk him in the ink?
Yep. Okay.
Swear to goodness, if we just wind up missing everything and we
But
have to deal
here's
with
the
the
thing.
aftermath.
Almost as soon as it hits you, you feel the cold hit you. It happens again. The hands are still moving. It happens again. I need everyone to make another con save.
Yes, I got 21.
26.
Mm-hmm.
28.
Mm-hmm. Derek?
9.
Right.
Oh,
Derek, you're going to take 31 points of cold damage. Everybody else is taking 16.
aren't you glad that death lured you?
Yeah. Yep. And there is another movement from the figure on the boat. And it winks out of existence and winks back into existence on your boat. Right next to Yumi.
Kill him, Yumi.
I
Yumi
will
cannot
eventually,
move.
but I can move.
None of you can move just yet. And
Inwardly scowling, but you can't tell.
Outwardly scowling.
Sure, that too.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. And then Yumi, you feel a cold hand close around your arm. And Yumi disappears as the figure disappears and reappears back on its boat with Yumi.
no.
Oh no! No, no, no!
Yumi!
Yumi is now on the boat, the other boat. And everybody's gonna have to roll initiative for me as time comes back.
Wait,
Oh
what about
my
me?
god.
Everybody,
Mother
Yumi is on the other boat. Everybody is rolling me some initiative.
I'm
This
going
was like my worst
hurt
fear.
someone so bad.
Wait, am I still frozen?
No, everybody is unfrozen now.
Oh,
Beat the crap
this
out
is
of the
definitely
lady.
a situation where she's not locked in there with them; they're locked in there with her.
Absolutely,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
gonna kill them all.
21.
Okay.
I had nat 20, if that makes a difference, but
Yeah, not on
Get 'em.
initiative rolls.
I didn't think so.
Okay.
Kill them all.
17.
Okay.
Oh,
25
so
to
that
20?
makes me 23 then, sorry. I
Okay, so
forgot
20,
that.
23 for Samael.
This blue boy is in dice jail.
Okay.
I accept this one. He's not working for me anymore.
Alright, so 25 to 20. Samael?
22.
Damn,
22.
that's 23.
Oh boy.
Oh! We're initiative buddies.
Go
23.
team!
Yeah!
Okay, 15 to 20.
17.
And Varsha.
21.
21. Yep, that's right. Oh. Okay. Samael, you were the first to recover from this event.
Okay.
It's
What,
you.
am I cognizant of the fact that Yumi's
Oh.
suddenly been
Oh
transported?
yeah. You saw all this and felt all that happen. It just happened very,
Cool.
very quickly.
Sure. How far away is the little boat with Yumi on it now?
60 feet.
Fantastic.
Oh, probably about 50, because it's still been moving towards you, so we'll call it 50 feet.
No, I still need to dash. That was the
Yeah,
that was the thrust
yeah,
of the question.
no, I know.
So Sam is going to use the. Oh, I need to be raging to do that. Crap. Sam's going to rage, and the dash won't be an option. But Sam is definitely going to rage, and then sprint 40 feet out across the water to the boat,
Yep, cool.
shouting
Yeah, just...
indistinct noises at the boat.
Okay. The boat is now within about 10 feet of you. Alright, Yumi, you are on the boat with these two figures, and the one gripping your arm whispers in your ear, "You should have killed them when you had a chance."
Oh,
I'm gonna kill her first.
It's him, it's the man. It's the
Okay.
elderly man, the elderly human man.
Okay, yeah. Bonus action, go into a rage.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure everyone and Sam just all of a sudden hear this unearthly roar
Yep.
come from the boat. And Yumi just explodes. Just
Okay.
And yeah, I'm gonna roll to hit the person who's holding on to me, because screw him.
Yep.
With
Yeah,
advantage.
that's fine.
You don't
With
even have to be
advantage.
reckless.
Okay, now that was cocked. Thank you for the advantage. That was 2. That's a natural 20.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Magic.
nice.
So yeah, natural 20. So that is that's 35 to hit. I think that hit.
That'll hit him.
All right, now I have to see what happens when I get a natural 20 for raging. Oh, wait a minute.
Have any of us
Oh.
critted on any attacks yet in this campaign?
I don't think so. I think that's
I
our
don't
first
think so.
crit.
I don't think we've even established
Cool.
how you handle critical damage, so no, I don't think we have.
In this game, critical damage, double your damage dice.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So here's the thing. My
And you
new
will have-
sword does something fun when I get a natural 20.
Yep.
Is he under 100 hit points?
No.
Okay, never
Oh,
mind then.
shit.
Never mind then. Maybe I'll get another one. All right. Never mind. All right, so doubling that damage. So do I just roll my 2 dice and then I double the damage and that's it?
Double the dice.
Double it. Ooh,
yeah.
double the dice. I gotta
Double
use
the
all-
dice. Double your damage
I gotta
dice.
use all my d6s.
Double damage dice.
Oh, that's good. 10, 15, 16, 17, plus 9, 17. So 26 plus my rage is plus 4, so 26, 30. 30 points of slashing damage.
Now, your weapon is magical, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I can attack twice. That's right. I can do
Yes,
that now.
you can. You can do it again.
Yay!
Do it again.
Oh, absolutely. Yumi's pissed.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
so that's let's see. Well, I rolled a 15, so that's 30 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Oh no, I love this sword. Ooh. So 8 plus 19. 8 plus 19 is 17 plus 4, 17, 18, 19. So that's another that's additional 21 points of damage.
Cool. Oh, boy.
I just turn around, just roaring in anger,
Yep.
and just come down on him.
Yep. Easy. Cool. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay, Varsha. All of this has happened in the space of just a second, and now Yumi is on the other boat.
Okay, she takes just a quick split second to look quickly at, well, I think just Derek is the only one in her immediate vicinity
Correct.
to be like, she's like, are you okay? Like, in terms of, like, health, like, she looks him
Mhm.
once over, like,
Yeah. Just to see
died.
how bad he is. Yeah.
yeah, like,
He's a little battered, but he'll be all right.
okay. Then in that case, you see her, like, she is just like not having it. She is pissed. So you see her conjure this how do I want to describe this? You see this like just very like unlike anything Vasha typically conjures, this malevolent looking ball of like black and then like neon green, but like the ball itself is just black, inky, like tarry, kind of like the stuff in the water. And then there's like neon green crackling, like lightning within it. And she is going to like kind of like throw it at the caster, and that is going to
Which
be...
one? Yeah. So the guy who grabbed Yumi
Yes.
and ran off. Yep.
Is that the one that like cast like?
Yes.
Or are there two of them?
There are two of them on the boat. There are two people on the boat, and one of them cast all those spells. The guy.
Is that
the
the
guy
one that's also grabbing Yumi?
Yes.
Even better. Okay. Okay, that is going to be a what is my new modifier here? Okay. Oh gosh, that's a big number. 29 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Actually, no, my bad. Sorry. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I need to read my spell better.
That is a 16.
Nope. This is a fail. Oh, kids. A lot of dice.
Holy, that was like maracas. That was awesome.
That is the sound of 14
Oh,
dice being rolled. So, one moment, please, while I count.
yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
I'm rolling not physical dice for damage today because...
Okay, yeah, sorry, these are physical.
Oh, yeah, no, take your time. Absolutely. That's the fun of level 20.
I know. Okay.
On the bright side, it gives everybody lots of time to figure out what they're doing for their turns. Derek, you'll be the next PC on deck.
So, somebody pointed out to me in the chat that I forgot about the brutal critical.
Yeah.
I was like, I knew I was forgetting something. So, should I roll that damage now, or is that
just
over
roll
and
it.
done with?
Nah, just roll.
Okay, so I get to do 3 additional damage die.
Awesome. Just do it.
So
that's the fun of level 20.
So you go ahead and knock off another seven hit points for that guy.
Cool. Done.
This.
Thank you.
This. Let me just make sure real quick. This is a total of 56 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And then, because you failed, your hit point maximum is reduced for 1 hour equal to the amount you took.
Okay.
So any math.
Okay. Right? Yes, that was me doing subtraction. I subtracting things. I'm not a math person in the slightest. So.
No, me either. I was sitting there
I'm
like
I'm like, he's at this many hit points and I got it to deduct. Yeah.
Why do you think you see me using my fingers all the time?
So many shiny math rocks. Yeah, if you see me using my fingers, no judgment, please.
No, not at all. They're so pretty.
Okay, Vash, are you doing anything else on your turn?
Scowling angrily.
Fair. Well, it is now the individuals on the boat's turn. The 2 elderly individuals on the boat.
I think
right.
Also, what I will do, since I can, I will probably fly up in the air about 30 feet.
Cool. Yeah, may as well be like a laser tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. All right, it is the individuals on the boat's turn, and Uncle Wrist. Well, Yumi, I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
Uh-oh.
As, still with a hand on you, begins casting another spell.
Would you cut that out? Oh no. If it's my saving throws, I'm doing very badly. Bye everybody. That was a 6. Total of 6.
Bye is
Was
correct as Yumi
Advantage?
Yeah.
pops out of existence.
I rolled a 4. It was my highest one.
Yumi is gone. Yumi is gone. Just gone. A darkness coalesces around the elderly man's hand, and as he brings his fingers together, Yumi, out of existence. Yumi, you have been banished. You find yourself on a grey, featureless plane of existence. You are considered incapacitated for a minute.
Oh dear.
It's okay. That might be a good thing.
Possibly, but
So
When you-
incapacitated
you'll
is
see.
you can't take actions or reactions.
I really don't like this, man.
The woman on the boat, the half-orc woman, begins casting a spell that you... actually, none of you recognize because Yumi was the only one who saw it being cast before. And time stops again.
I hate this woman.
Ah,
Okay.
I hate these people so much.
1, 2, 3. Oh boy, there are 3 of you left on the boat.
Well, there's only one of us on the boat.
Well, yes. There's somebody above the boat. There's somebody on the... Yes. That is true.
Wait a minute. If Sam's in the water, does he start to sink?
oh no, I've got a ring of water walking.
He just walks on water
Okay.
now. He's
Yeah.
he's
All right.
basically Jesus. Okay. Sure.
Hang on here, manage.
Okay. Yep. That works. You see. You feel. You know what? Everyone's going to need to make me a Constitution saving throw again. Yeah, we're going to do that again.
19.
17.
Mhm.
Literally got a 7.
Dang.
Not natural 20.
Okay. Well, that was very lucky, Varsha. One less, and that would not have gone well for you. Ooh. Everybody's gonna take...
No DM should be allowed to make that noise.
Because you all did save, you all kind of grounded yourself and saved against this, you were all gonna take only 25 points of cold damage.
Yeah. I might not see the Kraken.
I got you.
Your laser turret's got you.
I fix you.
And then still, this happens so quickly, in the blink of an eye,
Oh, how are we frozen this time?
you were
Hang on.
still frozen. The
can't
half
help
orc
that,
casts
sorry.
another spell, and you see a shimmering wall come up around their boat. Okay, and Sam, I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
Ned's charisma's gone up in the time he's been busking and performing. He's got
Okay,
more
okay,
confidence. So let's hope that's going to make a difference. That is 19.
okay. That does make a difference. You see the spell being cast, and you feel it. You feel yourself being tugged away, but you manage to resist it through strength of personality alone. You
I'm
are
still frozen.
You were still
Phew.
frozen, but you are committed to staying on this plane of existence.
You gotta
and
get your barbarian twin.
Was that
yeah.
coming from the same one that cast the cold?
yes, yeah, this is all coming from the half-orc woman.
The woman's doing it. Was that okay?
Mhm. This is all coming from the half-orc, the half-orc woman. Okay. Varsha, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw as the half-orc then very quickly lifts her finger and points at you, floating in the sky. Dexterity saving throw, please.
That is a 22.
Okay. I'm still going to roll damage because it's a half. No, that's not the spell I want. Okay. Half as much damage on a successful one. Okay. You are going to take 12 points of lightning damage as a bolt of lightning crackles out of their finger and crunch.
Hang on here. Oh, I guess because I'm frozen, I can't do anything, can I?
No, time has stopped for you.
Okay.
Time has indeed ceased. Although it does now begin to speed up again. Derek, you feel your movement come back as time resumes its normal pace around you.
Kill
I'm
her. I'm
pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just kill
So
her.
I have a couple of questions before I make my my choice. So the wall that went up,
Mm-hmm.
is it a hemispherical bubble around it, or is it just a vertical wall that's circumference?
It is a globe around them. It is a shimmery barrier around the two figures standing next to each other on the boat.
And they've cast spells through that wall from their direction, right? Because they cast something on Vasha.
Mm-hmm. They have. Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't know if this is going to work, and I don't really want to burn my 8th level spell on this if it's not going to work. I think I'm going to... How high above the boat is the wall?
It's probably about 5 feet. It's close.
That's it?
It's like it's just surrounding these two figures.
Man, you keep giving me the answers I don't want to hear.
It's almost like high-level casters are an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, well, almost like they are for high-level casters also. All right, so you see wind begin to pick up and swirl around Derek. Doesn't seem like it has any particular direction that it's coming from. But as the wind starts to pick up and his cloak begins to billow and blow, he starts to, much like you saw Vasha do earlier, rise up from the ground. And it's almost as though the wind is carrying him, and he rises up about 60 feet into the air over the top of the our boat, not their boat. That's all I can do for the moment, as I prepare to do silly things to people.
Okay, sure.
For the record, I cast Investiture of Wind.
Ooh, that's cool. I'm going to be very interested to hear what that spell does on your next turn. Samael, you have shaken off what you think might have been the same spell that put Yumi wherever she is. Muted. You have been muted, my dear.
Sorry. I can see the bubble around the boat as well.
It's like a faint shimmery thing, but you can see it.
Can I see through it?
Yes.
I don't think that's going to make a difference, but good to know. So I can definitely see that Yumi's gone.
Yes, Yumi is gone off the boat.
Okay. Sam is just going to keep on raging up and attack the crap out of the bubble.
Yeah. You actually go straight through the bubble.
Oh,
Whatever it's protecting against doesn't seem to be that.
oh, great. So I've basically sprinted through the bubble then,
Yes. You
and
mean
have bumped into a small yacht containing 2 people.
Yeah. Well, the bubble is on the yacht. It's very contained around the two
Oh,
individuals.
I'd misunderstood. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and you can feel as you reach them because they're within 10 feet. Like you were within 10 feet of the boat. You can
Yep.
feel your arm pass through.
Oh, fantastic. I'm going to go straight for the half-orc woman then, with my battle axes.
Yep.
So let me get 2d20. Oh, and I can attack twice on an attack action now. Does that mean I can do 2-weapon fighting twice?
Don't see why not.
Because the attack action then uses a bonus action. It's just the question about the bonus action, I suppose, really.
Well, you get one bonus action per turn, so you don't get another bonus action.
Okay, cool. So,
You get an attack, a bonus action, and a reaction, and those are all separate.
No, that makes
things.
sense. I will roll 3d20 for attacks then. So one of them is a 16.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is a non-natural 20.
Oh boy.
And the attack twice is a mental arithmetic 25.
Yes, they all hit.
Woohoo! Oh, now I'm gonna roll the damage, and I've only got 3d8s. Bear with. Okay, so that was 3 attacks, so 3d8s plus. Oh, this level 20 business. I'm not well rehearsed for this. Okay, cool. So that is, they all hit. So that is 15 and 15 and 14.
30,
So that's 30,
44.
44 plus 12 for the rage bonus damage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 56 by my mental arithmetic.
Okay, cool.
And, I've used my bonus action as the extra attack. No, that's all I can do then.
Yep.
Cool.
Cool. And are those battle axes magical?
They are both magical.
Good to know. That is important
Oh, and
information.
it's slashing damage if that makes a difference.
It would if your battle axes weren't magical. But they are. So,
Yes.
we're just going to
Magic.
continue on. Yumi, hate to say it, you are banished to another plane of existence. Terribly sorry. You just did far too much damage to them.
It's okay. We'll just deal with the consequences when
They
she
were
comes
like,
back.
no. None
You
of
almost
that.
killed me.
Yeah. Ooh, I have 3 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those. Okay. Varsha. My laser turret.
All right. So,
I'm sorry, can I interject something real quickly?
Absolutely.
Was she concentrating on a spell?
No. No, she
Wonderful.
is not.
Wonderful.
okay. Where did my spell go? Okay. So, I'm gonna see. Vasha is going to fly down and go through the barrier.
Mhm.
And she actually, she doesn't have to really go through it. She's going to go like up
Mhm.
and stay kind of like above or like kind of flank around it. So she kind of up in the air, but
Yeah.
around it. So she's not like on their boat being like,
Being like, what's up? Yeah.
yeah. And then I want the caster to make a charisma saving throw.
What level spell are you casting?
I'm going to cast I'm going to cast it at an 8th level.
Okay. But what level spell is it?
Oh, what level? It is, so it's, oh, what level is this? Oh, it's a technical 4th.
Okay. It has absolutely no effect.
What?
You cast the spell has been cast,
Using
and nothing happens.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if I okay. Really?
Really.
It's
almost like you feel your magical energy hit this barrier, and the
Oh,
spell
I'm
just.
sorry. I didn't understand. I thought
Oh no, it's a globe.
Oh,
It is
okay. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have cast
globe.
it through the barrier. I thought it was
there's
just
no
like
there's no way to
around.
cast. There's no way to get to them that is not covered by a barrier.
Oh, okay. I thought
Yeah.
I was. For
Oh,
some
okay.
reason,
Yeah.
I
No,
thought
no,
it was a wall.
You can do
not
another
like
thing.
a.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, I wasn't gonna. If it was a globe,
It
I
was a
wasn't
globe.
gonna
Yes.
go.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I'll let you retroactive that one because
Oh,
misunderstanding
thank you.
about how the spell works. So
Okay.
that's fine.
Then I would. Then I'll come in, and I will not cast it at an 8th level because I'm reading the actual spell. But I will come in, and step in, and I will like glare at this woman, and casting at 4th level, I will make her do a charisma save.
Okay.
And rather than black, you see like she is sizzling with like blue, crackling blue energy. And she is like the most livid, pissed. Like her ears are like all sorts of twitching elvish ears. Like she is just like I don't know what flushed like sea elf blue skin flushed looks like, but she is just like the most pissed sea elf that sea elves could ever be.
That is a 22.
Heck. Okay. That fails. I don't know if I can do anything else. I don't think so. She just, yeah.
Just yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. Cool. It is their turn. Can't do time stop anymore. Blew that. That's fine.
Good.
Oh no, poor you.
Listen, Sam, you're gonna have to make me a charisma saving throw. Which one? As the half orc woman again makes some interesting hand symbols towards you.
That's a 14.
That's a 14. Sam is gone.
No! Well, at least I've got company now.
Yep, Yumi, you turn around as in the same plane as you. Sam is now immobile, incapacitated.
Oh.
Cool. The other one. All right. Derek, make me a dexterity saving throw.
I refuse based on the fact that I'm not good at them. Piglet, blow on this. Good girl. You're never doing that again. 7.
You take 34 points of lightning damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Are you
Yeah, I
still
do.
up?
All right. I said it that way because I think I also have to make a concentration check.
Yes.
So, do my spells here. That'll be awkward as I'm 60 feet up in the air. All right, so
Yes, it would be.
I have a concentration spell. Well, I have advantage on those.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I should be good. It's like a 19.
Yeah, you're all good. That's fine.
Okay. So how much damage was that?
That was 34.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, cool. Cool.
I am at 13 hit points.
Cool. Samael, you're incapacitated. Yumi, you are also incapacitated. Varsha, what would you like to do?
Do I get a turn? Because I haven't gotten one.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Derek, it's all on you.
All right, I will attempt
Yes.
to utilize my investiture of wind
Yes.
to create a 15-foot cube of wind centered on a point I can see within 60 feet.
Mhm.
So I would like that to be in between the two casters.
Basically
on
in their globe.
Yeah.
What level spell is this?
Level 6.
Okay. Yeah,
That works.
that works.
Okay, wonderful. They each need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Where's my... Let's grab some D20s. One is an 8, one is an 18.
Okay. The 18 passes.
Yep.
The 8 fails.
Okay.
So it's 13 damage, 13 bludgeoning damage.
Uh-huh. Oh, boy.
The one, or half if they passed.
Uh-huh. So it'll be...
The one that fails is pushed 10 feet away from the center, which I would push towards the water,
Yep, okay.
which try to shove them off the boat.
Yeah, they are off the boat and in the water. Good to know. Okay. Ooh. The older man is looking pretty bad. Who did the older man? Let's and he's got to do.
So
It's a 22. Okay. Concentration check is fine. They are both now concentrating on a spell.
So, would the one that got shoved have to do more than one concentration check? I don't know how high off of the water they are.
They're on like a little
Okay,
personal
like a skiff.
boat. Yeah. They're in like a real little boat.
Are they floating or are they in the water?
Well, that one's now in the water. He's now in the water.
That's successful.
Yeah, he's now in the water, like holding onto the edge of the boat, and he's gonna have to spend part of his turn figuring that shit out. You hear like a blah, 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 as he hits the water, not expecting that, and does not look good. Can confirm is now kind of singed and bloodied. Varsha,
Wonderful.
how's the laser turret going?
Okay, so both of the enemies are in the water? Is that
No, just one.
Just
Just
one? So,
Mhm. The man is in the water. The woman is the female half orc is still on the boat.
And Derek is up in the air?
Yes, I'm up in the air.
Derek's flying as well. Got 2 flying and 2 banished.
So you're up above the dome.
I'm kind of
Correct.
above our ship.
Okay, so what I need to do for this to work likely then is I need to lift up. I come up out of the dome and you see she lifts up in the air and looks back so that she's within 60 feet of Derek.
Mhm.
And she winces in pain, and she looks at him and she says, "I'm sorry." And she looks like she can tell he's really hurt and she's really hurt. And then she casts like this really radiant energy at him, and she heals him back to full health and herself back to full health.
Oh shit! Nice.
And so just give yourself whatever you need. And
130 hit points healed.
Cool.
You're the best.
Okay.
And then she goes, "Now kick her ass." And she's just like, just sick of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That your turn, Yasha? Varsha?
Yeah.
Great. It is their turn. Yumi and Sam, you both pop back into existence.
Yay!
Woo.
Yes. You both pop back into existence now. Sam, you're standing on the surface of the water still, like, it's a bit disorienting. Yumi, you are on the boat with them.
Oh, I was attacking them on
Oh,
the
that's
boat.
right, you were attacking them on the
Yeah.
boat. So you were
So
both
we
now
probably
on the
got
boat.
back in next to each other.
Yes, you were both right next to each other on the boat. In fact, you kind of almost appear in the same space and you kind of like, like bump off each other as you both reappear in the
Yeah,
same
this-
space.
This is probably an important note. The second Yubi comes back, Sam, you're going to notice it instantly. I jump back like 10 feet from you, and I am the most terrified you have ever seen me ever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
Okay.
white, I'm terrified, I'm like gripping my sword, like, oh god.
Okay. Man, I have burned through a lot of their spells.
Good.
All right.
That took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Good.
The one in the water is going to use all of its movement to haul himself back up and back onto the boat. Sam, you feel the man's hand grasp around your ankle.
I have for my feet, my sentinel feet. Can I attack him?
You sure can. Does it happen
Yay!
after their attack or before though? I
Let
think
me
it happens. I think it happens after.
I think it's just.
Yeah, it's after.
I think it's,
Yeah.
It's just
Ooh.
a reaction.
Okay, that was a natural 20 on my
No.
melee spell attack.
No.
Cool.
Oh, wait
It's
a
not-
minute.
It's not huge, so yeah.
I'll wait. I'll wait and see what happens. Then I'll decide my reaction because I got two things I can do.
Okay, cool. This isn't alert because it's a cantrip because I've burned through all their spells. Actually, no, it is alert because
Oh, great.
they are a
I got you.
what level?
Don't worry
spellcaster?
about it.
8? Okay, yeah, no, never mind. 28 lightning damage.
Oh, 28. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bzzz,
Now
I'm
I'm gonna
fine.
use my
Yeah.
reaction.
Yeah, you're a barbarian. You're fine. You have 1,000,000 health.
A million.
Yeah. So, Yumi, are you using a reaction on this now?
I am. I'm gonna instead use my Spirit Guardians. I'm gonna reduce that damage by 4d6.
Okay,
Ooh.
cool.
So let's see. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You can take off 13 points off that.
Cool.
Thanking you.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Go Team Barbarian.
Yeah.
Yeah! Barbarian twins! A little bit like the Wonder Twins, but with more blood and
Yeah.
rage.
Yep. Indeed, clerics. That's a lot of HP that you healed. The other one is going to turn to you, Varsha. Ooh. Does a 29 hit? As a mote of fire streams out from the woman's hand.
No,
29?
No.
29 gonna hit you?
absolutely not.
Just on the shoulder.
Yeah, okay, just on the shoulder, which bursts into flames.
It's
Oh, I didn't roll nearly as well that time. 15 points of fire damage as... They're really high level spellcasters, guys.
Wait, did you say 15 or
15.
Oh,
This is just a
I was like,
cantrip,
what?
you're fine.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's not that bad.
15 points of,
Okay.
of fire damage. Okay, Derek.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep rolling with what I've been doing here. I will shout out, Yumi, Sam, hold on to your butts, and I will throw another one of those wind cubes into the center of the boat.
Uh-huh.
Oh
That
my
is gonna
God,
hit you,
shook
me, and
that.
that is gonna hit you, me and Sam.
It is, I know. So all of the people on the boat need to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm fine.
Oh, you've got 2 barbarians on the boat, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm cool. I have still over 200 hit points.
Oh, that's a nat 1.
Oh no! They got an 18 and a 10. So the
Okay,
woman
so-
got an 18, the guy got a 10.
18 is the DC.
Okay, so meets it, beats it.
I'm sorry. Wow.
It's a-
Okay. I believe 18 was my DC for the last session. The DC
Oh.
is 20.
Well, then they both fail.
Yeah, and they should have failed last time too, but that's okay.
Yep, we're
Okay.
working on it.
To
We're learning our
to,
characters.
to juxtapose Sam's 1, I got a natural 20, so
Amazing.
31.
Cool.
So
You're fine.
it's 12. It's 12 bludgeoning damage, a
Oof.
mere 12.
Yeah, you blow the guy apart, just saying.
Hell yeah.
Good.
I am the storm.
Yeah.
So if you failed your Constitution saving throw, you are pushed 10 feet away from the cube. So Sam, you are pushed off the boat.
Yep, and so is the half-orc woman.
I land on the water. Great.
Yep. You're just standing on the water. And the half-orc woman is pushed off the boat beside you. She does not have a ring of water walking, though. So she is in the water. Kind of at your feet, actually. Derek, are you doing anything else?
Nope.
Cool. Because, Sam, it is your turn.
Did I need to take damage from that as well, or is just the movement?
It was 12 damage.
It was 12 damage.
Yeah, there was no extra damage.
I'm raging and resistant, so I barely even know.
Yeah, you bet. It's a scratch. It doesn't even... But you are now standing on the water with the half-orc woman at your feet. She is in the water. She's like holding onto the side of the boat like...
Oh, cool. I'm gonna... Oh, geez. It feels wrong to just attack someone who's clearly struggling.
Hit her.
Yeah, let's do the same thing again. Let's roll these 3 attack situation. So that is... I feel bad. Me as the player feels bad. I'm standing on the water, hitting down on this drowning half-orc.
You're chopping her head like it's a block of wood between your feet.
Okay, from the bottom up, we have 18, we have another 18, and then we have a 30.
Yeah, they all hit.
Yay! All right. So that's 3d8.
Oh my god.
So that is...
Oh, Killer Vasha has something to do.
That's 13 plus 19 plus 16. 13 plus 19 plus 16.
It's like, okay, yeah. You cleave her head in two and she sinks beneath the water.
Oh, no, can I try and grab her body?
You certainly can. Make me a dexterity check.
Cool. Can I actually make that athletics, or you want it just straight dex?
You've got to be quick enough to grab her as she begins, as she sinks
fair enough,
beneath the wave after you've cut her head in two.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a 9.
Yeah, nah, she slips.
Yeah.
Between your fingers and beneath the waves. You would have to dive down after her to grab her.
Yeah, no, I have the ring of water walking for a reason, so that's all good.
She slips beneath the waves. There is still the kind of mangled corpse of the other one on the boat. And it does have a mouth. Just bringing it back for you there, Vasha. You are out of initiative. And we will go on a break very soon. But first of all, now that this took place over a matter of seconds, not even a minute. And as you come out, as you come out of this kind of combat stance and look back towards Saltmarsh, out of that inky black water, a reddish brown tentacle rises and rises and rises. It wraps around a ship in the dock and picks it up and hurls it into the town, crashing into buildings along the edge. Another tentacle shoots out of the water, and another, and another, and another. One after the other, the boats in the harbour are picked up, smashed against the water, thrown into the town. They are thrown around like so many toys. Some of them are pulled beneath the surface. You pause for a heartbeat, and that's when the screams begin to reach you, floating back across the ocean. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. So we'll see everybody again in 10 minutes. Hello everybody, welcome back. You may notice initially that all of our windows are in the wrong place. I'm going to start fixing that now because we have somebody back with us. We have a Jara with us today who has been able to join us. There's no point waving at the camera because all of our windows are in the wrong spot now. But Jara, how about you tell us what you've been up to while this has been happening for our dear friends on their boat? While I fix everybody's heads.
But of course, so Jara, having taken a recent interest in the incidents with Yumi's siblings, him having once been involved with the slave trade with the slave princes for the express purpose of dismantling them, and heavily regretting his actions ever since, he's basically thrown himself into investigating the sea princes by any means necessary. Looking into their activities around Saltmarsh and trying to find any of what they might be doing, if anything, but also, I think, starting to look into that new group that we discovered last week, trying to find any, last session rather, not last week, trying to find anything there that might be of interest that could aid in Yumi's pursuit. So I think while the rest of the group was out hunting a kraken, Jara was doing what Jara does best, that is, prowling through the shadows of Saltmarsh, threatening people, getting information out of people by dagger point if need be, and trying to find any information that he could dig up. I think left off, I believe,
Yeah.
on kraken attacking Saltmarsh.
And what happens with Jara as this kind of begins to... Because what will happen with you is you are doing all of this, you are kind of hanging out in Saltmarsh trying to find out as much information as you can, when suddenly you do start to hear screams from the dock. Crashes and screams and all sorts of terrible things. What does Jara do when he's up in town and begins to hear this?
Jara is, as he would be the first to say, not a good person. His immediate reaction isn't the altruistic, I'm going to go and help out. His first reaction and first thought is definitely towards the rest of the group he's kind of seeing now as his adoptive family. I think initially he would have been comforted with the idea that he knows that they're not in Saltmarsh, that they wouldn't be under threat, as far as he was aware. Only when he realizes it's probably the Kraken that's attacking, having seen a tentacle throwing a ship into the middle of the docks.
Yeah, that'll do it.
He's kind of gone, well, Lyra, fuck me, and taken off running immediately. Just no thought of personal safety. He needs to get to the docks and find out what's happening in case any of the others are in threat.
Yeah, and get to the docks he absolutely does. And you reach the docks and it is chaos. People are running about and screaming. People have been injured and you can see that quite clearly. Boats from the docks, like the ones that are further out on some of the longer docks, have been thrown, tossed everywhere, and the tentacles are gradually moving closer to the town. They are immense. These tentacles are probably 50 feet long. So standing on the docks and seeing them rise up out of the ocean is it's a lot to take in. So that's where, for the moment, we'll leave Jara, is standing on the docks, carnage and chaos around you, as we go back to our friends on the narwhal boat. You are about a mile outside of Saltmarsh and have just finished combat and seen this occurring in front of you.
Vasha is still up in the air and she is just like sizzling with like lightning energy. Like she's so angry about what seems like just a pointless fight that she just had. And she stops and she looks over at the town and then she just goes, ugh! And like you just see like the fizzle out of like the lightning energy as it just kind of discharges. And she's like, and she like kind of sinks down to where everybody else is. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
gotta go there. Like she doesn't even have words.
Yeah.
She's just
Yeah, I mean, you folks have a choice. You are behind all of this action out in the open ocean.
we have to stop that. And she has this urgency now. Like, she felt so defeated seconds ago, but then now she's kind of gotten her boldness back to her, and we have to go now. And she turns back and she looks at everybody. Come on.
Is there a breeze? Can we get there fast enough in the boat? How
You
long
can
is that going to take?
Get there. It'll take probably, well, you know what? Let me have a look at your
20
keel
minutes.
boat.
3 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I can
It'll
What
take you
about
some
the-
time.
encourage it a bit. But
Yeah.
What about the smaller yacht that our annoying friends came in on? Could the four of us fit on that in some capacity and
I
get
was
there
just
faster?
thinking about that.
It definitely could. You could definitely. It'd be a squeeze, but yeah,
Given
the four of
urgency
you could fit on that.
situation, I think that's
And I would
probably.
say that's a faster boat. Let me just have a look. I can look that up
Sam
for
can
you.
water ski behind it.
Yeah.
Don't tempt him.
Bonus points if
Let's
you
do it.
flip.
just
Oh,
do it. It's the
dear.
last episode. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just find, because I'm sure I have these. Okay. I'm gonna say it is faster. I don't have the exact stats here for that exact type of ship, but yeah, I would say that the little yacht is built for speed.
What type of ship is it? Do you know off the top of your head?
I'm gonna say it has pretty similar stats to your keelboat, but it is slightly smaller. So we'd probably take off 20 hit points.
Okay.
For the ship. So I'd say it would have 80 hit points, and it would also be, I'd say, twice as fast.
Perfect.
So it'd be
So-
6 miles an hour. It's
Once
a
we
small
all-
boat built for speed.
Once we all get ourselves situated on that smaller boat, I will take the helm and I will cast Gust of Wind
Mhm.
and a line of strong wind 60 feet long and 10 feet wide blast for me in a direction I choose, which is towards Saltmarsh,
Yep.
catching the sails.
Yes. So you are moving very quickly towards Saltmarsh. I would say that you could do this trip in less than 10 minutes.
Great.
The town is
Meanwhile,
taking a fair bit of
Kraken-
damage, but
Ravaging the
yes.
city.
Yeah, the Kraken is absolutely ravaging the city. You see that as you skim towards it as quickly. Sam, are you water skiing behind the boat? Is that a thing we're doing?
It's
No?
far too,
Okay.
it's far too hectic a situation. This is serious business.
Good to know. But as you are kind of all crammed onto this little yacht, hanging off sails and sitting wherever you can on this tiny boat, do you have the corpse of the mage with you?
It was still on the boat, wasn't it?
It
I
was
would
still
assume
on the
so.
boat, yes.
We definitely want to keep at least, as
Okay.
we said, the head.
Yes. Fair enough. I mean, the body was blown apart, but not quite that much apart. So you will have to keep the whole corpse for now.
Okay.
So you will have to retain the corpse. So there is 5 of you on the boat. Somebody's gonna probably have to be like sitting up in the sails, hanging out in the it's a squeeze.
Can
But-
I be like on the like the front of the ship, sword out, just like leaning out, just like yeah?
Yeah, you're taking up about this much space because you're like leaning over the prow, like trying to get the ship to move faster, any faster. As if by leaning over the prow, you're going to somehow make it move faster.
I'm the raging mermaid statue hanging off the
Yes.
ship.
Yes, precisely. Great. You see now, as you get closer, that the town's marines, they're the waterborne town guard that patrol the waters, have started to mobilize and are trying their best. It's not going well for them. Most of the boats of the marines that are that do have weapons on them are now being actively targeted, and most of these are not being thrown into the town, they are being pulled under the water. And that is horrifying enough. But as you get closer, yes, as you get closer in this tiny little unarmed yacht, you see something rise out of the water. The docks have been splintering. The island in Saltmarsh Harbour is in ruins completely, and now it seems like whatever this thing is, it is close enough to shore that the water is no longer deep enough to completely cover it, as a terrible, nightmarish amphibious head rises out of the water. More tentacles rise up with it. It's got jagged rows and rows of jagged teeth, each one as long as a man's arm. This thing is huge beyond all reckoning. It must be 100 feet long. It's almost as big as the town docks itself. It is almost gargantuan. You are now within probably 200 feet of it, so if there's anything you would like to do to ready, now is the time. It is not paying attention to you because it is busy absolutely wrecking the town. Anything within 2 blocks of the seaside is busy being flattened.
Sam definitely asks Varsha if she has any healing ability she can pass along to restore before taking this thing on.
How bad is it for you?
I'm mental arithmetic. I'm 80 down. I'm on 143, but I'm worried about this big thing. But if it's a no-go, it's what it is.
Let's
same here. I wouldn't mind a little bit of healing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get Yumi. You get Sam.
I can also heal myself 20 points. So.
I will get heal. She doesn't have to, but she just comes up next to you and she touches your shoulder and she casts heal on you and you get 70 hit points back.
Ah, thank you.
I'm not gonna go quite that far yet. I'm gonna wait for a little bit, but I am gonna give you cure wounds at let's say 3rd level. So let's do 3d8 plus 6. So you get that's 2 8s. Sweet. So 16.
It's just because it's
26.
down and I'm anticipating we're gonna get rocked.
How much? I missed
26. Yumi.
26? Nice, thank you. I'm almost back to full health.
Perfect.
I anticipate they're going to get especially rocked.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm
you
also
are
going
now...
to cast freedom of movement on myself.
Yes, good to know.
And remember, you have Death Ward.
Yep.
And Yumi, you have Foresight.
I do.
You do.
So
Okay.
But it helps
I have a
saving throws,
question.
apparently.
You do have a question, Jara.
Yes. Would at this point be Jara be able to act? And I kind of wondering what can he see in terms of.
Oh, you see a big ass kraken
yeah.
rising out of the water. Maybe.
Is there a
Depending
way
on
to
where you
reach
are.
it?
Oh yeah,
Is
you
there a
could
way
just
to-
run along the docks. It's right there. It is in Saltmarsh
Right on the
Harbour. It is
docks.
at the docks. It's a little bit further back. It is in the water. But the water is I mean, it's a fairly deep harbour for boats to dock.
Yeah.
But it's now it's not 100 feet deep. So you can see it.
It's if we kind of parkoured along the remnants of the harbour, well, like the wooden plank would be, well, like the spikes would have been driven into the. depth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could we
You would have to
parkour
roll
up
me
to-
you would have to be dexterity. Probably an acrobatics check. So
Jara then is charging for. If he can see
yes.
that small skiff coming in, he's going to make the assumption.
I don't know that you noticed the skiff yet because there is a kraken in the
Okay.
harbour. It's probably
Um,
taking up most of your attention.
30 passive perception.
30
Yeah,
passive perception.
yeah, kraken.
Um,
In fact, it's probably blocking it. This thing
Yeah.
is
Oh, that's a good point.
huge.
I'm trying to think what he would do then in that case.
Okay. You have a thing,
He's
Varsha.
charging in. He's charging in.
Okay.
Before
So-
any of that, Alex,
Mhm.
I just want to ask you as the DM. I have a Pearl of Power, which
Yes.
allows me to regain an expended spell slot.
Yes, you do.
The expended spell slot I would like back is of 4th level or higher.
Mhm.
What it says if it was a 4th level or higher, the new slot is 3rd level.
Mhm.
I didn't use a 3rd level. Do I just like how do you want to?
Yeah.
play
It
that?
just means that instead of a 4th level, you'll have a 3rd level. So you'll get an extra 3rd level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will just use that and make sure.
Yeah,
I have
that's how
that.
we'll roll it.
Okay.
Acrobatics, Alex. To
Yep.
Parkour,
Along the
up to
stumps,
Kraken
dug into the
is-
dock.
is 29.
Yeah. You managed to flip along those, avoiding the shards of ship that are now being thrown around you. It is bad. It is. There are marines and merchants and fisher people in the water all around you. But
In
worse
that
than that,
case-
there's bits of them. There's it's bad. This is not good for the town of Saltmarsh.
Jara then is drawing his saber as he's running, and bonus action, insightful fighting.
Okay.
So I need a deception check versus my insight.
Oh boy. Okay.
How's a Kraken's charisma?
They're so
Pretty
charismatic.
good.
Look at how nice that
Um,
smile
They're
is.
actually pretty good.
Joke's on you, they really are.
That's a 22.
That's a 33.
There you go. But Jara, so what do you learn?
Basically, I can trigger sneak attack now without advantage.
Okay,
or
cool.
without
So
legit-
you
without
know
just
what
right
this
attacks.
creature is.
Yep, I find weak spots and I can just
Yep.
stab them.
Okay.
And yeah, and Jara is charging in.
Okay. Good to know. You folks, the rest of you on the boat, you now can see this tiny little feline figure sprinting towards and into the circle of the tentacles of this creature, and you recognize Jara.
Sam is up on the sails and sees that and just shouts out, "Oh my god, Jara has gone straight in to attack that damn thing. We need to move faster somehow and get there."
I would say that you're within 60 feet of it now, so you are now skimming over the inky black water.
Oh, if we're within 60 feet, can I...
Yes.
I know we're not in combat, but can Sam just clamber down and dash to join Jara?
Yeah, you can.
Right.
So, but you're on the other side of this thing. So this thing is huge. You're coming at it from behind. Jara's running up towards the front of it. So you're not really joining Jara. You're kind of on the other side of this creature.
Fair enough. That's still going in there.
Yeah, you're still getting in there.
Conceptually joining Jara.
Yep. Okay. And that's your dash. Jara, is anybody else doing anything while you're at this point? As you see Sam dash in, you see Jara dash in from the other direction. This is your last opportunity to do anything before shit gets real.
I would like to cast a spell, but I don't know
Yes.
if we're at that point yet.
Oh, you are. If you're within range,
I'm
you are.
gonna.
Yeah,
Yumi.
Sorry, I'm just gonna
Sorry.
activate my necrotic shroud. Get that going.
Get it going. Good.
sorry, I'm just thinking. One sec.
That's fair.
Oh, can Sam be raging as well, or is that too much to ask at this point?
The issue with that is that it'll fade before, because you need to, with a rage, you need to have made an attack or taken damage
Not if you're level 20.
on the turn. Not if you're level 20, then yes.
As I understand it.
Yeah, then yes, absolutely.
Yeah, your rage ends early only if you fall unconscious or if I choose to end it.
Well, there you go. Yes, you can rage.
Cool.
Ugh, these are all. Okay.
Yeah, Varsha has 1,000,001 spells now. So
I know. Sorry.
That's alright. I've played a high level cleric. I understand.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what I would probably do. Let me see what this. Where? Okay. So I I have myself and Derek. Will you be? Vasha would look quick to Derek. Will you be staying nearby? Are you going to be casting, or do you think you're going to get in the fray of things?
I'm gonna stay. I think I'm gonna stay relatively far away. Probably try to stay out of its tentacles if possible, but so for the moment, I guess I'll stay on the boat.
Okay.
Okay. Then you see Vasha casts Spirit Guardians, and you see these like spectral tall seahorses are called forth, and they just stay within 15 feet of me, and they're just going to protect me.
Okay.
So I think yeah, they flit around me within a 15 feet duration, or for the duration. When you cast a spell, you can designate a number of creatures or any number of creatures that you can see to be. Sorry, I'm just reading quick. So if anything enters, then it'll have to make a wisdom saving throw. So I'm assuming if like a tentacle comes in to slap, then yeah. But
cool.
So if we get to that, but for now, these are just kind of like standing here to like protect us. But there we go.
Cool. So we have 2 raging barbarians we've established. Vasha has a spell up. Derek, I'm going to say that you're leading the ship in terms of steering it. How close do you want to get before you pull up here, before you drop anchor? And
How far away do they need to be in order to be able to reach the Kraken?
You mean Vasha and...
Well, I guess just Yumi, right?
Sam's just running in. Yeah,
Sam
Yumi...
ran out on the water.
Yeah,
Yumi,
I
you
just
don't
need to get onto it.
Yeah, so Yumi needs to be close.
Yeah.
Do you, Derek, do you have water walking?
I do. So I can cast that. I don't know if that's...
Have you done anything else at this point?
I want to, but
I'm giving you 1 action as you were streaming towards it.
I would rather you save your spells, because Yumi is totally just gonna jump on it as soon as she gets close.
That's fine. So what? Okay, so the ship isn't even our ship. I don't care about this ship at all. We're gonna cruise this ship right up into it.
Okay, so within how many feet?
Well, then if we're gonna cruise it up, Vasha's gonna fly up in the air with her little spirit guardians.
Yep, cool.
And Yumi, I'm gonna say that when you're gonna be close enough, you can jump. So what? An athletics check would let you jump probably 40 feet.
You don't even want to know how far I can jump now.
Okay.
No, I do, because I want to know how far I have to be away from the Kraken.
Well, hang on a minute. Let me just take a look at my athletics stuff to begin with. It's I have a plus 13 to athletics now, and I have a 24 strength. I can jump far.
Okay, so we'll get, I don't know, like let's say 60 feet away from the tentacles.
Yep, cool.
Prior to us getting to that point, the action that I'm going to take is I am going to cast Whirlwind, which is a 7th level evocation spell.
Yep.
A whirlwind howls down to a point I can see on the ground within 300 feet of me. It's a 10-foot by a 10-foot radius, 30-foot high cylinder centered on whatever point I want. So that's going to be the law of the Kraken.
Yep.
It sucks up anything that's medium or smaller, but the creature has to make a dex saving throw the first time they enter it or at the beginning of their turn. Dex save DC is 20.
Okay. I'm going to say that happens at the same moment that Jara sinks his sword into the Kraken. So, Jara, I'll get you to make your attack for me.
Okay. That's... sorry, hold on one moment.
What was the DC, Derek? I've rolled an 18.
20 is the DC.
There we go.
Right. So just double checking something. No, okay, that's an 18 to hit.
That just hits it.
Oof, okay.
So Derek and Jara, roll me some damage.
Yep, I'll be rolling for a little bit, I'm afraid, because I have a lot of sneak attack damage to do.
Yes, that's fine. We are all rolling 1,000,000 dice today.
Oh, by the way, does it have any resistance to cold?
You don't know.
I was just wondering, do you want me to give cold damage separate?
Yeah, give me all the damages separate at this point.
Okay, will do. So 8 plus
32 magical bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
There's some other stuff that this does that affects, I guess, is it large or smaller creatures? This does not.
No. No, it doesn't.
So everyone else, stay the hell out of the whirlwind.
And what's the radius on the whirlwind? 10 feet,
It's
is
10
it?
foot, so
Okay.
it's a 20-foot circle that's 30 feet high.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a total of 59 points of slashing damage and 2 points of cold damage
Okay.
from Jara.
Okie dokie. I need everyone to roll me initiative.
Okay, here we go. Good luck, everybody else. That's bad.
Okay.
Yeah, and even with advantage, I'm just still eating. eating pizza.
25 to 20.
21.
Okay.
Sorry, muted. 22.
Okay. That's low for Jara.
What'd
I
you
only
get?
rolled a
Like a
12, so
Oh,
I
fair
rolled a
enough.
12. So
Fair enough, fair enough.
Oh, did you?
15 to 20.
16.
19
16 and 19. What's your dexterity modifier, Derek?
plus 1.
And Yumi.
10.
Okay. Yeah. Jara, as your sword sinks in and this whirlwind, I'm gonna say you sink it into a tentacle because the actual thing is in the harbor. And a whirlwind pulls up basically where its head is, pulling up bits of shredded dock, bits of people, unfortunately, and like a stream of water with it, so it's almost like a water spout at this point. You see it flinch just enough time to give you an attack because you are first.
wonderful. This time, then, Jara is going to suddenly run his fingers along the edge of the blade, and small green sparks are going to emerge as he brings it round in another strike. This time using green flame blade
Okay.
to augment it with a 24 to hit.
24 to hit. Yeah, it'll hit.
Yep. Hold on. I'm gonna use a dice roller. It's too
Yeah.
much dice.
It's too many.
So-
Yeah, use a dice roll. I'm using a dice roller for some things as well
I'm
today.
using 4d8 plus 13d6. So.
Yeah.
So let's see. So 4d8 and 13d6. There we are. Wait, no, I need another d8. Okay. And that's a total of let's see, that comes in at 72 points of damage total,
Okay.
unless any of the fire damage or cold damage does different. Unless it has any resistances. In which case it would be, where is it?
Good to know.
And then bonus action, I'm going to spend a sorcery point, quicken spell, and recast Green Flame Blade.
Okay, so you've got another green flame blade ready to go.
Yep. This time it's 26. No, this time it's 16 to hit,
Doesn't hit.
which I think is no.
Doesn't
Okay.
hit. It does miss. The second one, it flinches back slightly too quickly.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
And then I'm just going to look up at it and come on then, you piece of shit, look at me.
It does.
That's what I did.
It turns its eyes on you, and all of you at this point hear a low chuckle in your minds.
Ooh, that's
As
eerie, Alex.
a storm cloud kind of forms above this creature. And you hear in your mind, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And I need... Okay. I need a dexterity saving throw from Jara, from Derek, and from Sam.
Ooh.
16.
Okay.
13 from
Oh.
Jara.
13.
I rolled a 2.
Okay. Okay.
Me too.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh, no.
Cool.
No.
It's all right. It's all right.
Well, you're all gonna take, not too bad, 16 points of lightning damage.
Reduced to 8 because of evasion.
Yep.
Okay, good to know. Not that bad then.
Yep, so 16 points of lightning damage each. It has definitely noticed you.
More antidotes.
Vasha.
She's like already like summoning like this great ball of crackling blues. Like it's got this dark sphere of like deep dark aqua blue, and then it's got light blues like crackling around it, and the Kraken needs to make a dexterity save.
Okay.
He's so dexterous. I hope not.
26. It's pretty dexterous.
He is dexterous. That saves. Oh, but he does.
Oh, wait,
save.
hang on. No, it's not. I read the wrong thing. My bad. 19. 19.
He meets mine. So,
Meets it, beats
well, he will take half. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
half
sort
as
of
much.
damage is this?
This is going to be bludgeoning and cold,
Okay.
because she is summoning an ice storm on his ass.
Yeah.
And she also says, she's like in her like quizzical tone with her little like cutesy seahorses flitting about her. She goes, "Catch a tiger by its toe," and she gets 50. So that is 18 bludgeoning, and then
Is that what he takes, or is that halved?
that is just the bludgeoning, and then it's 15 points of cold. So
Okay.
that is the total. So
Yeah.
then it would be half of
Okay.
each of those. And then she
Okay.
just kind of like, and then she realizes what she just said to a giant kraken, and her ears kind of wilt, and she's like,
Ooh. Yep, fair.
and she like pulls back just a little bit with her little like glow, like I'm just imagining like the dark skies, and then she's got like glowing blue and pink seahorses around her, so
Yep.
she looks like very like, oh, there she is. Like, she's very easy to spot.
Remind me where you stopped the boat. You stopped the boat.
About 50, 60 feet away
Okay.
from the tentacles, I
Okay.
think is what we said.
Yep, cool. Good to know. Jara, you are gonna have to make me. You know what? Actually, let me just. You see a tentacle out of the water. It's straight down towards you.
Okay.
29 to hit.
That will hit, yes.
Okay, cool. Okie dokie. You are now considered grappled, and you're going to take 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
You can use uncanny dodge on the bludgeoning damage, but you are now considered grappled because it hit you.
I'll take the full damage, so 20 points of damage. Put something else around.
Hello, raiders.
Okay.
All right. So you take the damage, and you are now grappled. So you are restrained.
know.
Oh no.
Your speed is 0. Attack rolls against you now have advantage. And you have disadvantage on any dex saves. And your attacks now have disadvantage. So, you are considered restrained and grappled. And it is now going to turn towards your little boat. And it moves through the water, not quickly, but just quickly enough, as three more tentacles towards your boat. Varsha, one wraps around you, or one comes to snack you down into the boat. Okay.
Is this its turn?
Yes.
It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Thank you.
And I also...
It is the beginning of its turn now. So anything that triggers at the beginning of its turn.
Yes,
That is a 22 for the Constitution save.
Passes.
Cool.
Couple things here.
Yeah.
For 32 halved to 16 damage, bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Just for giggles, does it have to make a saving throw to be afraid of me?
No.
I just think so.
It doesn't.
Okay, it has to make a dex saving throw, because I'm using Wrath of the Storm.
Yep.
It hit me.
It did hit you.
Yep.
That's a natty 20.
Man. Oh, but it does take half damage, so...
Yeah, roll me some damage.
That is 12 points total of thunder damage.
Okay.
And then, hang on, I gotta find, where did that go? Manage spells, where are you? Where are my spirits? Okay, when you cast this spell...
Okay.
When you cast a spell, you can designate any number of creatures you can see to be an affected creature's speed is halved in the area. When it enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts.
Now, it is, keep in mind, it is 30 feet away from you.
But is it entering the tentacles?
It's got reach. So the creature itself has not entered. The creature itself has not entered your range.
Oh.
It's got reach.
Okay. So then it's body part then. Okay. Well then
Does that count the same way for like an attack of opportunity?
Attack of opportunity isn't really going to worry this guy, to be honest, because he's got the reach. He's not moving away from you. He's not coming out of your range.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do have a question though in terms of that.
But if the Kraken decides to run, absolutely let me know.
I just meant if he waves or if it waves a tentacle through our
that
space.
doesn't count as being in your space
Okay.
because
That's
it's
what I was
like
asking.
using a spear. It's reach.
Sure.
I assume because I'm restrained, but it's still within 5 feet of me,
I mean, yeah, it's definitely within 5 feet of you.
and it just attacks someone who isn't me.
Yeah.
Okay, Sentinel will trigger then.
Yep. But after the attack.
After attack, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then
It has attacked you.
Yep, and then
Does a 37 hit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I thought it might. Okay.
Bug.
Yeah. It's just so big. I love it so much. Okay.
An evil laugh.
I'm using a dice roller. 24 points of bludgeoning damage. You are also grappled.
Okay.
Sentinel is going to trigger. So,
Oh,
Jara,
wait, and then since I have concentration up, so it's
you are going to have to make a save for
10 points or
half the damage. The damage
And
being
I have to. Oh, but I get advantage because I'm a warcaster.
you get advantage.
Okay. I have disadvantage. Yes.
Oh, and I
Yes.
made it. Awesome.
Cool. So
I still
your
have-
spell stays up. You have disadvantage, Jara, on your Sentinel
I
attack.
have never had that happen to me. I rolled a natural 20,
Yep.
and then I rolled another natural 20. Honest to God.
Yes! Roll some
God.
damage.
So, with Sentinel, that's rolling damage.
Yep.
That'd be 50 double to
$1.20
100. So that's 105 points of damage total across slashing and
Jesus.
cold.
Jesus.
You
Amazing.
one shot the Kraken. We go home. the
No,
game's over.
no, absolutely not.
Let's
Um,
see. Let's see. So it'd be 4 points. That is cold damage, but 105 total.
okay. It is going to. That hurts it.
I said, look at me, you piece of shit.
It throws you into the town.
Yep.
60 feet away.
Yep.
Yeah. You need to make me a dexterity
Bring it.
save.
I'm no longer restrained, so don't.
You're no longer restrained, but you have to make me a dexterity save.
That's an 18 on the dice, plus I think 11
Okay.
on my dex saves. Yes, that's a 29.
Okay,
29.
well, you are not knocked prone, which is nice.
Superhero landing.
And you are going to
Scared, so
take...
Claws come out, drag along the ground.
Yeah, you are going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, wait, no. No, you're not. You're going to take a bit more than that because it's thrown you as much as
Yep.
it can. It's just basically chucked you into the town. You're going to take 24 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit a building. And you are now 60 feet away from the battle.
Okay, yeah, no, that's no problem for me. I
Yeah.
can cover that easily.
Just chucked you out there. It is also going to...
Just as a thing, Java, by the way, has a massive grin on his face
Yep.
right now.
Just
He's loving
straight
this.
into the town. All right,
Yeah,
it is going to...
Basha has like blood trickling down her mouth, and she's also like, ha.
Yep. All right, Yumi. It's going to... Another tentacle reaches out of the water and slams down towards you.
Oh, screw you. Sorry.
Okay, that's not great for you. That's a natural 20.
Oh.
That's the... cool. Cool, it's the second natural 20 I've rolled today. I'm happy with that. Oh, boy.
Hey, I'm a wall. It's fine.
Wait. You have disadvantage on attacks against Yumi.
I do.
That's right.
I know. I'll roll again. All right. 28. It's still going to hit you. It's not a natural 20.
Natural 20 though.
You're right, it is
Yeah.
not a natural 20. So you only take 20 points of bludgeoning damage and you are grappled.
Okay.
So it's got Varsha, it's got... Wait, who else did I grapple? Varsha, it's got Yumi and Varsha. And it has thrown Jara into the town. Alright. Derek, it's your turn.
Yes, it is. So, with the wind still blowing,
Yep.
I will summon a tidal wave.
Okay.
So
It's got Yumi and Varsha in its arms, by the way.
That's all right.
Yep. Okay.
I can breathe.
I think
into
it's big enough that I can hit it with a tidal wave and not hit them. The tidal wave's not as big as you think, given that it's called tidal wave.
Okay.
It's 10 foot by 10 foot and
Okay.
30 feet long.
30
So-
feet it's 30 feet is the length of its tentacles,
Okay.
but you can send it towards Saltmarsh.
Sure.
Does that mean Sam is in the way of the tidal wave?
Yeah,
If he is,
because
he
you
is.
ran
I just
right
wanna
up
know
to
what's
it.
happening.
Yeah, because you ran right up to it. So yes, Sam is in the way of the tidal wave.
That's okay. It's not that much damage. So
I'll
any
just fall on the
creature
top of it anyway.
that's gonna get hit by this is gonna have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yep. That's a fail. It's gonna fail that.
That is
20 is the DC.
Oh, 24. Fine.
Okay, so it's 4d8 bludgeoning damage if you failed, and
Yep.
half that if you passed.
Oh, roll me some damage.
It's 12 damage.
Cool.
So that's 6 for you, Sam.
It's actually
And it's
3 even.
bludgeoning, so it's 3.
It's
yeah.
3 even because I'm
'Cause you're
raging.
raging.
It's like, oh,
Yep.
what's this water?
Yep.
You surf the wave as it comes by.
Yep. A tentacle is gonna fly out of the water and attack you, Derek.
Okay. It hits.
Yeah, it is almost certainly gonna hit you. Do.
My AC is 13. Pretty sure it just hits.
Yeah, no, it can't miss you. I don't need to roll for that. I mean, I'm gonna roll to go crit fishing, but yeah, it's
Sure.
just gonna hit you. So you're gonna take 11 points of bludgeoning damage. So not heaps there, but you are grappled. So
I am not grappled. I
No,
have freedom of movement. On me.
You do.
Yeah.
It knows that now.
However, I do need to make a concentration check for the whatever it's called.
Yes.
And I actually failed it with advantage.
Oh, buddy. So the
my
whirlwind is gone?
Ends.
No, the whirlwind is gone. Good to know, because Sam, it is your turn, and you are now not starting your turn in the whirlwind.
Great. How far away are its eyes?
Ooh, they're about 30 feet up from you, in the air.
Okay, that was the next question. Sort of.
Oh yeah, no, it's like rearing out of the water now.
So it's not. I'm not going to be able to sort of run up and.
You can't.
Try and block.
You're not going to be able to stab it in the eye. There's plenty of space to stab it. There's lots of it.
Oh yeah, no. I get that stabbing it is not an issue, but if I was trying to blind it, then obviously that's more complex than.
Yes.
So, already raging. I'll just go in with the triple attack situation, as is Sam's wont.
Yeah, do it.
Cool. Get yourself a mental arithmetic, everyone. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That is... Okay, let's line these up. The first one is 18. The second one is 24.
Yep.
Third one is 26.
All hit.
Yay! Okay. So, damage. And it's magical slashing, if that makes a difference.
Yep.
So, hang on, I'm going to do a calculator for this, so I'm not just shouting out numbers at everyone.
Please do.
5.
Please don't make me do that.
8 plus 12. That's 52.
Cool.
And
All right.
it's definitely not a large or smaller creature.
No,
so.
no, it isn't.
Actually, if I dash away, am I going to take an opportunity attack? I probably am, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. You absolutely are.
No, I'll stay there.
All right. Shara, it is not your turn yet, but I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. As the dark cloud above the Kraken begins to crackle once more.
That's new. 3 nat 20s in a row. That's a natural. That's a natural 20 for. Oh, it's not. No, yeah, that's a natural 20 for 31.
Okay. That's okay. Can you make me another one while you're doing
sure.
that? You are going to take 14. First of all, you're going to take 14 lightning damage.
Reduced to 7.
No,
because of the
14's the half.
Oh, that's with it reduced. Okay.
Yeah, that's already halved.
Good to know. And the second save was what was it? 18 plus 11, 29.
Okay. You are going to take another. So total damage was 22, so reduced by half to 11. So another 11 points. And I need you to make me another saving throw. As 3 bolts of lightning crack, crack, crack out from this cloud towards you.
15 plus 26.
You're going to take, total is, ooh, that's a lot.
Ooh,
Total is 26, so you're going to take 13.
13, yep.
Cool.
Give a hit point check. I am on 17.
You damaged it badly before. It's not super happy with you at all. Cool. Cool.
You get back within range, we got you, fam.
Yep, Yumi. Your turn.
Okie dokie. I'm grappled, right?
It's got legendary actions, by the way, so that's what's happening at the end of your turn. That's
Oh,
what's happening at the end. Well, not end of your turn. It's done for now. That was its second and third legendary action.
Alrighty then. So
But
I'm
Yumi, it is
grappled.
your turn.
Alright, so I've never been grappled before, so how does this work?
Oh, your speed is reduced to 0, and your attacks are at disadvantage.
Okay, so
Sorry, they're
what
just
would
straight
you-
attacks because you've got foresight.
Okay. Alrighty then. So how do I get out of this grapple? Would breaking out of the grapple be my entire turn?
Yes, it would be your action, your athletics check, to break the grapple.
Or should I just stab the heck out of this tentacle?
Hit it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stab the heck out of the tentacle because Yumi's just like, no, screw. You're just another monster.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how big you are. You're just another monster, and I've killed monsters before. So with the foresight, does that just give me just straight roll?
It's a straight roll now, not disadvantage.
Okay. Oh, geez, that could have been bad. I don't think I'm hitting it though. Oh, where's my sheet? Oh, where'd it go? There it is. I'm just like, why is my screen black? That's new. All right. That's a 17.
Nah. Nope,
I
won't do
didn't
it.
think
It'll miss.
so. Okay, second attack. Well, that's better. 30.
Yeah, 30 hits it. Yeah.
15 plus 15 is 30. Okay. 8 plus 9 is 17. Plus 4 is 18, 19, 20, 21 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm also dumping necrotic damage in there because of my shroud, and I believe it's 20 points.
Yep. Cool.
Yep, extra 20 points. That's 41 points of damage total.
Okay. Cool.
Just
Nice.
slam it into that tentacle. Just be like, let me go
Nicely done.
now.
Jara.
So, panting heavily, bloodied, probably twitching slightly from the bolts of electricity that just went
Yes.
through me. I didn't move my last turn. As such, I have feel and agility. As such, my movement speed is currently 60 feet.
Cool.
As such, you said it's 6 feet away.
You can just
I'm
straight up
closing
get to
just-
him. Yep.
Just wiping the blood away from my mouth and running straight in.
Okay.
Fangs bared, and again, fingers run along the blade. It's scratching, causing green sparks as green flame blade lashes out
Mm-hmm.
as my first attack as an action. With that being 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, let me see. So this will be that, and then this lot of dice. Bear with me.
Mhm.
Okay, so 51 points of slashing damage.
Mhm.
6 points of cold,
Yep.
and a further 12 points of fire damage.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay.
And then I'm spending another sorcery point, quicken spell, bonus action, green flame blade comes down again. Saber lashing through the air, frost clinging to the edge of the blade through its magical properties, along with the fire of the spell. With that being a 29 to hit.
Perfect. Roll damage.
Do you want all the damage in one bulk?
Yeah, roll it all in one bulk. Yeah, do it all in one bulk this time.
Yep, okay. Oh, sorry, add another 5 points of damage. Because I forgot to have my dex.
Yep.
And then this will be a total of, sort of dice, 55 points of damage from my second turn.
Okay.
Again, just panting, heavily bloodied on the edge of death, and loving every moment of it.
Okay.
Jara is just teeth bared. Come on then, you piece of shit, give me a good death.
Okay, is that
And
your
that's my
turn? Varsha.
My turn.
You are grappled.
Yep, you see Vasha struggling because she sees like Jara begging for a good death, and she's like, no. Can she can't do anything like cast a heal to him, can she?
Ooh.
Even
that's-
from a grapple, she can cast a
Yeah.
heal.
The only spells that can be cast while you're grappled are those without somatic components. So anything that's not handsy, because you can't use your hands.
Actually, let me see. Warcaster.
I think you can cast it with Warcaster if you're
Yeah.
If it doesn't give you
I think-
somatic components, you can.
Because Warcaster, you can. Where? Oh, God, I hate
Yeah,
all
with
this.
Warcaster, you can use somatic or verbal.
Yep, so you can just yell at it.
Okay,
Yeah.
she definitely she looks at where is he? Oh, I don't think she's used an 8th level. So I think I can I can do this. She goes she goes, Jara, you're not dying today, you stupid oaf. And then you just see like this big like burst of like gold light just like envelop him, and you
What's
gain
the range
7.
on that? What's the range on that?
60 feet.
Okay, good. Yep. You're good.
You gain 70 hit points back.
What level did you cast it at?
8. Oh, 8. Oh,
I think
never
it's
mind. So you get
90.
90.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Vasha, but save it for someone with worth, would you?
Too late.
And then she says, "Shut up." She's like struggling because it's like gripping her. She's like, "Shut up."
Okay. That your turn?
That's all I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yumi. Yeah.
Yes. Is it throwing me too?
No. I'm guessing a 35 does hit you.
No.
No.
No, it hits me. Are you kidding me? I got an
Okay.
HP of 18.
You're gonna take you are gonna take 23 piercing damage. You're a barbarian, so halve that. As it pulls you up to its mouth and swallows you.
Oh no! I was wondering if that was gonna happen.
You're no longer grappled, but you are blinded and restrained, and you are going to also take 42 points of acid damage.
Yumi, stop disappearing.
Everything keeps taking me away. Hang on, I gotta do math.
Yep.
That's 23 halved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 11, and then the 42 is also halved.
No, that's acid damage.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Well, I'm below 200 hit points, but you know, it's fine.
Yep.
Poor me.
Yep. Derek.
Who is currently grappled?
Everybody except Sam, I think. Well, Jara's not. Jara and Sam aren't. Yumi swallowed, Vasha's grappled, and I think you're grappled, aren't you?
No.
No, you're not grappled. So it's just
Freedom of
Vasha.
movement, yeah. Okay. Is there a point where I could make a 60-foot radius circle that hits the Kraken, but not my
You're
ally?
either going to hit Vasha or Jara, because Jara is in melee with it.
So Sam.
And so is Sam on opposite sides. So you're either going to hit Vasha and Sam or Jara.
Go for Jara, just hit Jara, don't worry about it.
I can't do it. It's not the kind of thing that's damage. It's gonna completely incapacitate you if I do it. So I can't do it.
Do it, don't hold back, do it.
Shut up, Jara.
Shut up, Shara.
You're not my real dad. We're gonna do whatever we want.
This is both Jara and Samuel saying this. Don't hold back, just do it.
I will. Okay. I will take a moment and create a brilliant beam of light from my hand in a 5-foot wide, 60-foot long line.
Yes.
Hopefully that can dodge people.
It can. You can aim it, like, up. Yeah, you can aim that.
I've got to hit him with it. But,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll aim actually for his eyes, trying to do it in a way that avoids my compatriots.
Yes, you can do that.
It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. It's a 19 on the dice. Plus 7. 26.
Yeah, I would assume so. So it does take half damage.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it does not get blinded by this.
No.
So it's 16.
He's pretty beefy.
24. So it's 24 halved is 12 damage.
Okay. Good to know. At the end of your turn... Is that the end of your turn, Derek?
Just a note, this is a concentration spell, and I can keep this up multiple turns. But
Yeah.
yes, that's the end of my turn.
Yeah. At the end of your turn, Derek, a tentacle is going to come out of the water towards you and smack into you.
Yeah, it hits.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't have to roll for that because it's just
Nope.
going to hit you. That's fun. And you're going to take 20 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
I am not grappled.
You are not grappled. That's right. It should
And
know
I
that.
passed
I
the
should know that.
concentration.
That's my bad.
Well, it's my job to remember.
Yeah.
So 20
Sensible.
points of damage.
Yeah.
And
20 points of
Sentinel
damage.
will trigger. I assume, because it's within 5 feet of me attacking and...
Yeah,
someone
it's
was
in 5 feet of you and it's attacking somebody else. So trigger your sentinel.
that case, I said, eyes on me, you piece of shit. Once more, lashing out with the blade for 23 to hit.
That hits.
I love the fact that sneak attack, by the way, is per turn, not per round.
Yeah.
So even on this, I can trigger it. Insightful fighting is so much fun. One more d6. Okay. So that will be, not that good. 48 points of damage.
Okay.
Not the
Good to know.
best.
Cool. Cool. Sam.
Yes. Sam is just completely horrified at the fact that it's just swallowed Yumi and is going to attack recklessly this time around, which
Okay.
means I get advantage on every attack roll.
Yep.
And just the good old-fashioned 3-axe situation. So hang on.
Yep.
Let's roll this. So, that's 1. That's 2. And I don't have enough d20 to do this like that. So that's... okay, mental arithmetic time again, everyone. They should teach this in primary school.
Should teach D&D in primary school.
Sorry. So that is 31, 25, and 24.
Okay. Yep, they all hit.
Fantastic. Okay. So that is 4 plus 4 plus 8 plus 8 plus 7. That is, sorry, the cat's on my lap and moving.
Yep.
47 magical piercing damage. Slashing,
Okay.
slashing.
Okay, good to know. Okay.
And just to let you know, I shouldn't let you know that, but I will. Because I attacked recklessly, attack rolls
I know.
against
Just have advantage.
until my next turn.
Have advantage, yeah. So I've got advantage against you.
Sam, are you on the body of the Kraken? Or are
No,
you-
I'm still standing on the water, attacking what's the wall of flesh in front of me.
Is that wall of flesh a tentacle or the main body of the...
I've been going for the main body.
Sam is within melee.
Does he, by any chance, happen to cut open the body, perhaps in some sort of esophageal region of the body?
We can but hope.
Yeah, not at this stage. Unfortunately, Yumi is still in there.
A convenient gastric location.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, Yumi is probably below the surface of the water at this point.
Oh no!
Having been swallowed. And Sam, at the end of your turn, yep. You know what? Jara, you're gonna make me 3 dexterity saving throws again.
Yep, will
He
do.
does not like what you were doing to him.
Okay, so 18,
Okay.
30,
Okay.
and 23.
Okay, so that is 2 fails and a success. So you were going to take, so it was fail, success. So you're going to take a full 21
Wait.
points of damage.
The 30.
1 succeeded, 2 didn't.
Oh, 23 failed. God.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're going to take 21 points of lightning damage?
I assume that's with it already halved.
No, that's the full. So you're going to take the full one. You're
But I
going
mean,
to
from
take...
the fail, I still take half damage.
Oh, yeah.
So is that
So-
that's what I mean? Is that the 20?
I'm going to do the 2 successes first.
Okay.
Oh, the 2 fails first and then the 1 success. So the first 2,
Okay,
you'll
so
take the full.
21.
28. And then this one you'll halve is 21. So you'll halve that one.
Well, with evasion, I'd halve the
You can do
failures
all of that.
and take And take no damage on the success.
Yep.
It's a dex save. Okay. So, okay.
25 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 25. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep. You're right. Yumi, you are blinded and restrained inside the stomach of this creature.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, it is your turn. You are blinded and restrained.
Okay, well, I would not like to be blinded and restrained. What are my options here exactly?
You can make attacks with disadvantage.
Okay. Would that be like a good way to get it to spit me up? I don't know what I'm doing.
You don't know. You've never been swallowed by a kraken before, so you don't know.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Yumi's just gonna attack us. Like in her head, she's like, "I did not come this far to be breakfast. Screw this." All right, so you said disadvantage with the foresight. Is that still just straight roll?
Straight roll.
Okay, cool. And it's my turn, so I get 2 attacks. Let's see how I can do. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see. That's above 30. It's 17 plus 15. I think that hits.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. Oh, no! Almost lost my die. Okay, that is 6 plus 7 is 13 plus 4, 17. And I'm dumping apparently I get 20 points of necrotic damage per turn.
Yep.
With this.
Yep.
So I'm dumping the necrotic, just jamming it in there.
Cool.
So that brings it up to 27.
Yep.
For my first attack. Second attack, it's a natural 20!
Roll me damage.
Oh, I get to add my critical stuff too. Hang on, this is gonna be fun.
I love how excited you are. It's so cute.
I'm destroying things. All right, so
If it's below 100 hit points, doesn't the stealer? I doubt it is.
You don't know how many hit points it's got, and trust me, I'm aware of the weapon.
11.
Damn it.
So extra 3, 11. Oh, thank you. 11, 12. 11 plus 12.
I feel like this whole combat is a testament to having 5 DMs as your players, as we all are tracking everything that's going on.
Oh yeah, which I'm glad for because it means I don't have to track
Did you
it.
remember about this thing?
Oh yeah, but it means that I don't have to track it.
But I like that we're all like polite. We're like, oh yes, I know. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, I'm aware.
Oh, yes. I remembered.
Total damage, Yumi.
I'm getting there. I'm
Okay,
getting
that's
there.
okay.
Math, and you guys started talking, so I was like, oh god.
20, 10. Okay.
Sorry about that. My neighbor just drove in on their crazy.
That's fine.
Whatever. All right, so that is a total. Oh shoot! I closed my calculator. That's a total of 38 for my second attack.
Okay.
Get it.
Okay. Cool.
Spit me up, you ridiculous.
How much
creature.
damage did you do total that turn?
Oh jeez.
I think it
That's a good
was.
question. It was at least over 50.
It was over 50. It's failed its Constitution save, and it spits you up, and you fall. You fall prone in a space within 10 feet of the Kraken, which is in the water.
Oh no.
Fine.
So you're in the water, which means you're in difficult terrain, and you're prone in the water. So I guess you're sinking, and you've got to spend half your movement to not do that.
Okay.
In your next turn.
I have special armor. I just need to look up and see.
Oh,
what it
okay,
does.
yeah. Well, you are now prone. So I'm not sure what your armor does, but you are now prone.
I
Within
think it
swim speed,
helps you swim.
Yeah.
Yumi. But Yumi, is your hair tied back?
Yep.
Or is
Dang
it
it.
floating everywhere?
It's floating.
It's floating
It's got
everywhere.
so much
Forget it.
hair everywhere.
Swearing
Okay.
at abyssal.
And at the end of Yumi's turn, another tentacle is going to come out of the water and attack you, Jara.
Okay.
Oh,
20.
I can just sentinel now.
You can use Sentinel. 28 to
Actually,
hit.
you can't trigger Sentinel because I have it. You can't trigger on someone who has this.
Oh, well, I can also use my spirit guardians. My
You've got a bunch of
But,
things you can do. But I'm
that's
guessing that
20,
hits with
20.
28.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
burnt my reaction, so yeah, nothing I can even do about it.
Yeah, you can just take it. Okay. You're going to take
Take full damage because I don't have reaction to lower it. Yep.
You're going to take 20 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
Good to know.
Yep.
Can I do my ancestral guardian thing
You
now?
can.
Okay, neat. I reread my stuff. It's gonna take damage from doing that too. So you can reduce that by 16 points, and the Kraken also takes 16 points of force damage.
Good to know.
I am built for destruction.
Cool.
Basha's like, "Ee," and like happy, like go team, kind of like, but she's like up in the air and she's like happy squee, but like also grappled, so it's like squished squee as
Yep.
well.
Squish, scree.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yep. Okay. Jara.
Yeah. I assume
grappled.
going for a Is it attacking again? Or...
No, it's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn.
you're after
sorry,
Yumi, yeah.
my bad. I misunderstood. Let's see. I'm grappled, so I have disadvantage on attack rolls. But that's all. That's all the impact. Is that correct? I can still attack it.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to do the exact same thing again. I am built to do something over and over and over and do it as a glass cannon. So once more, claws running along the blade, greenish sparks forming along the frost. What's it called? Forming along the Frostbrand Sabler, and at disadvantage.
Okay.
That is a 24 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay, so that does a total of 13 plus 5 on this top of this. That's a total of 75 points of damage.
Cool.
And again, my final sorcery point, I'm burning it.
Yep.
And I'll do bonus action.
Yep, you are
Flaming
at
blade.
disadvantage, remember?
Yep. That's a 13, that's a 13 for 24 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay, and that's a further 77 points of damage.
Cool. You are starting to do some serious damage to this thing.
And Jara again is just repeating himself. Look at me, you piece of shit. Not them, no, look at me.
It's gonna smack
And
you
just-
into the surface of the water with its tentacle.
Yep, no. Yeah, no, please. I fight with that.
28.
That's 28, yep. I'll hit.
Yep.
Love that
Um,
response, Alex.
Just smack.
Okay.
And you're gonna take 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
I have my reaction back, so I'll drop that to 10.
Yep. Smack. Varsha, your
Come on,
turn.
I've been hit worse before.
Yep.
And just spit at it.
Yep. Varsha?
Hi, me.
Yeah.
So Vasha keeps now with the rhyme that was going on earlier, and she's like, if he hollers, and then she well, she's doing the eeny meeny miny mo.
Yep. She's caught in a feedback loop, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a Vasha thing. She's gonna do the warcaster thing, so she's just doing the verbal.
Yep. Verbal components, yep.
Yep. So Ice Storm.
Mhm.
She's casting.
Sure.
So, dexterity save, please.
20.
Oh damn. Okay, so I'm gonna just do the half damage, or it'll. I'll just count here. Oh, math. Okay.
Oh, math.
I know. You know what? I'm on 2 hours of sleep. I'm just gonna use a calculator so this goes faster.
Yeah, just use a calculator.
Yeah.
We've gone over time, but who cares? There's no one after us. Thanks for staying up with us, folks.
And I'll divide it by 2 since that is gonna be 19 points of damage.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Cool. At the end of your turn, Jara, you're gonna smack into the water again. 17 to hit. Oh, it's like 30.
Laughing.
It's like 30. It's gonna hit you.
It's going to hit, yes. By the way, I'm laughing maniacally the whole time.
Yes, it's gonna smack you into the water again for another 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
Hey, you can come keep me company.
Varsha!
I love how like I'm telling rhymes and you're laughing, like you're bloody.
Yeah,
as
you
laughing.
folks are. Yeah, you were really. Yeah. Any townspeople? Well, no townspeople are sticking around to watch this. Okay.
What Jada's thinking is if it's focusing on him, it's not focusing on the others.
Yeah.
So
28 to
take all
hit
that
Varsha.
damage.
It's going to pick you up and bring you towards its mouth.
Oh no.
And I believe a 26 hits you.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to take 23 points of piercing damage as it bites down and swallows you.
Oh.
And you are also going to take 42 points of acid damage.
Oof. Ouch. That really hurts.
And you are
You
now
say 42.
42. You are now blinded and restrained.
Ouch. Okay.
Yep. That's what it's going to do. Derek.
I have another weird question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, for the sake of argument,
Yep.
that this gargantuan monster stops being gargantuan
Mm-hmm.
with Vasha inside of it.
I would say Varsha would take some damage as it constricted around her.
But then what happens? Let's say, for example, I polymorph it into a cat.
If you polymorphed it into a cat, Varsha would take damage as she was expelled dramatically from its insides. But she
I'm
would be
comfortable
taking.
with that.
She would be taking
Let's
damage.
give it a whirl.
Let's give it a go. See if you can polymorph the Kraken into a cat.
I will polymorph the Kraken. It is a wisdom saving throw
Okay.
with a DC of 20.
Okay.
Do it.
Arthur, natural 1.
Oh.
Oh my gosh! What? Oh my gosh! I love it.
Oh dear.
I just wish Basha didn't have less than 40 hit points left.
Yeah.
Wait. No. Hang on. I'm fine. I'm
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
I got something.
Man.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
she's alright. So you polymorph it into a cat.
Yep.
It's in the water, just like.
Yep.
And
Do I?
Varsha, you're gonna take some damage here. You're gonna take 24 points of bludgeoning damage as you are suddenly constricted extremely tightly and then expelled. And you are in the water next to a cat.
Would
And I'm just like.
technically
Technically,
Jara
would
take
be-
damage? If he was grappled and he was held up in the air, he's no longer
And
grappled.
yeah,
he's-
anybody
probably
who's
some falling
grappled
damage,
is
right?
going to take anyone who was grappled at that point.
And I have to ask about the technicalities of Varsha being expelled.
Yeah.
Has she been regurgitated, or has this poor cat exploded?
No, the cat has not exploded. She's been
Okay,
regurgitated
okay.
during the process of the spell. There is still a cat.
We don't explode cats on this
We don't
show.
explode cats
It
on
was
this
a
show.
moment of concern.
Yeah, no. The cat
As
is
you're
as
holding a
fine
cat.
as an ex-Kraken can be.
I can see
Everybody
that,
who was
but honestly,
grappled,
I was hoping that was going to be your answer
Yeah.
because I don't want it to go to 0 hit points.
because
I
then
want
it turns
to
back into a
drown.
Kraken.
Right.
Yeah.
Cats can't breathe in water.
No, but as
Kraken's
soon as it drops to 0 hit points from drowning, it'll turn back into a Kraken.
All right.
So, I mean,
Alright.
as soon as it hits
That's
0,
fine. It gives us a momentary reprieve at the very least.
to not attack the cat. Anybody who was grappled at that point is going to take 10 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit back onto the surface of the water.
Vasha
Now there's
swimming
just
very
Now there's a cat.
comfortably. Just like
There's
looks
a
and goes,
small cat just paddling in the middle of this bay, going,
Yeah!
and very like true to the beginning of the session, Vasha swimming very comfortably goes, just like this is a cute animal, and she picks it up and she's holding the
Vasha, put the Kraken cat down. The
We don't
cat
want it to
is
drown.
down.
We want it to drown.
It's a Kraken. Sam.
Can I burst out of the water right now? Just
Yeah, he's like-
where'd it go?
How long will it
The Catrin down.
How long will it stay a kraken or a cat?
Okay.
Cat.
Derek, are you
About an
doing
hour.
anything else your turn?
No, I'm good.
That'll do
I
it.
feel like I've done enough.
I think you've done enough. Sam.
Well, I'll just hold it until then so it doesn't drown.
You guys want to take a short rest?
Can we do that? Can we please do that. I just want to do it so we say
Sam?
this.
Sam, what are
And
you
Sam,
doing?
though, I mean, just ask Varsha, look, do you want to keep holding the cat, or Sam just goes up and sort of just opens his backpack and says, do you want to just put it in here?
No, I'm gonna pet
Oh,
her.
he was in a backpack.
He took a portable hole.
I mean,
She's just
everyone
petting.
wants to hold and pet a kraken. I understand that, but
It's like,
I have an idea.
pet the cat kitten. It's very cute.
I have an idea. Let's take this hour 1 to rest, 2 evacuate the town. Get everyone out.
that's sensible.
Does anyone not
we
like
lost Alex.
someone really bad? Like, instead of sending spiders in a mailbox, does anyone want to send a kraken anywhere?
It's not gonna last forever though. It's gonna last for an hour.
Yeah, an hour? Is there a farm someone doesn't like a neighbor really bad? Like,
Wait, can we just dump it somewhere? Can we do that?
wouldn't it die inland? Like,
Well, it's 100 feet long, so you'd have to take it pretty far inland for it to not.
Yeah, but we got an hour.
yeah, like,
Can we find a well?
So you turned it into a domestic cat. I'm just gonna.
What do you
Because
mean?
it's still not happy with you. Like, it's still pissed at you.
Oh, is it an angry cat? Is it
Oh,
clawing?
it's not. It's
Oh.
not purring.
Oh, and she's like, bad kitty. Like,
Yeah, you'd have to.
bad.
Like, it's swiping at you. In fact, it is gonna take a swipe at you.
She holds it and she's like, no.
Does a
I mean, she's got full armor on.
does a
everything,
17
like,
hit?
No.
No.
She's like, no. She's like,
Can
she
we
like,
take it
she
to
just
the
scruffs
mine?
it. And she's like, oh, we could put it in the mine.
Jeez.
We have time. Just
Let's
walk
go
over and truck it in.
We don't actually have that much time. It was like half a day away.
Dang it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the mine was a fair way away.
mine's a fair way away. But do we know for certain that it is not in some way amphibious? It was, after all, beached itself right now where we were attacking it and would seem to be doing fine in that situation. We know for
Yeah,
certain that
but-
if we take it inward, it will.
Well, okay,
Nice.
as a sea elf, she holds it further away.
16 to
Give
hit.
it, give it to me.
It's
and
just
then
it's just
Burrito.
gonna keep trying to scratch you.
Yeah, Yumi's gonna take it from Vasha, just hold it out by scruff of the neck, just like stop.
As,
It's gonna attack you. 16.
Doesn't
Yumi?
hit.
No.
as a sea elf, would I know, like, could kraken survive if put inland?
Make me a nature or survival.
Survival. I'll just
Okay.
Sam, aren't you happy you came?
27.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that all of the powerful things that we can do as level 20 whatever we are, this is a 4th level spell.
I know. I know.
No, it's just such a ridiculous
I just.
spell.
Oh man. Natural 1 though. I rolled a nat 1 on it. Like.
I know.
Ah.
I have a story when we're done.
Okay.
My players listening.
I have a feeling we might be done fairly soon. Varsha, you're aware that krakens can actually survive on land. They'd prefer not to be on land, but they're not. They can breathe outside of water.
She goes, actually, no, land might not be a good idea. What are the
Just-
options?
Just a thought here. What if you took the cat, Vasha, and you just, instead of trying to go inland or what have you, flew up
So like,
for like an hour?
Oh, I could do that.
That
Good
would be
idea.
a great fall, and it would give us time to evacuate the town. And Jod, at this point, by the way, is dragging himself back into what remains of the harbour
Yeah.
with a completely.
Another damp cat. Hauling yourself back up onto the remains of the docks.
I'm pretty sure
Does
we're
it
all
look
just
happy?
standing there. Like Yubi just looks over at Jar, is like, look at
Ooh.
you, look like shit.
Nat 20 to attack you, Yumi.
All right.
You
I'll
take
take
1
it, I don't
point of
care.
slashing damage.
Vasha, what's your flight speed?
Hang on.
You're cute. Yeah, whatever.
Where does it say that on here?
I do love the fact that like Yubi just looks over at Jar and just laughs at him. He's like, "Ha, you look like shit," while she's like just soaking wet hair and wet cat in one arm.
Where does it tell me. It's all like disappeared. Oh.
And Jada's all just blood staining everything because he was near death, healed back up, and is now halfway to dead again.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
she's,
like-
okay. Actually, Yumi's gonna like just as she's laughing at him, she's gonna pat him on the shoulder and she's gonna heal you for 20 hit points.
Thank you, Yumi. That's it's a bit. Oh god, that's better. I think that was dissipated. Thank you.
It said.
Later we can like pop everything back together.
All right, so
How's
let's
that
assume
sound?
that just for the sake of argument that you have a flight speed of 30, which is roughly what your
For some
walking
reason,
speed.
I remember seeing 45.
On the low end of approximately 50 minutes, if we spent 10 minutes discussing.
Yeah,
it,
you spent
right?
10 minutes like holding this cat.
If you just fly up for the rest of the time that we're here.
Okay, how about shave off like 5 minutes so that I'm not letting go of it just as it turns, so that it can
All right.
grapple me and
So
pull
let's
me
say
down.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want to
At
fall.
30
with
feet
it.
per round, you can get to 13,500 feet up, right? So if I then break the concentration. Oh, is there distance on this? I don't know if I actually have to be within a certain range. of it.
Yeah. Let's
That's
find, because this is
beautiful.
fascinating. What happens if we drop a kraken back into the ocean in cat form, polymorphed from like a kilometer up in the air?
Wait,
Right.
ocean or drop on land? Because if we drop it on ocean,
Oh, oceans is hard. Trust me,
No.
if you're not falling properly,
Yeah,
ocean is a
terminal
hard
velocity,
surface.
it's going to be the same.
It's
It's
Yeah.
gonna
yeah,
be like cement.
it's
And
yeah,
any
it's
damage
gonna
it
be like
takes-
hitting
Sam,
cement.
he's walking around on it.
Any damage
You've
it
got a
takes,
60-foot range
as a
on
cat.
polymorph to cast it, but I don't know
Oh,
that.
yeah.
The
There's no range
transformation
on it
lasts for
once it's
duration
cast.
until the target drops to 0 hit points or dies.
There's no
So
range
it's
once
gonna
it's
have to stay
cast.
within range of it. Okay,
No,
so
once it's cast, it's cast.
it's 1d6 for every 10 feet that it falls.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so divide this by 10. So you'd be rolling 1,350 d6.
It would not survive that.
Oh,
In
someone
fact,
needs to roll that though.
I'm
Just-
going to roll it
I-
right now.
I say that
Okay.
this is what we do.
Okay,
I think we're all in agreement. This is what we're doing.
Yes, absolutely. we have
I
to.
think I'm going to roll that
I
many
assume we're
dice.
evacuating.
How
what's left
much
of the
was
tower.
it?
1,350.
1,350.
Don't tell us until we do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at the look on her face.
Since we have to do this quickly.
Ram!
Yep.
So 17, Yumi, does that hit?
No.
Okay.
She looks at
Chat
Eric
wants
and
to
she
know if
says-
there are any active volcanoes around here, and that's a very good question.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
not
don't know
likely
if there
any
is.
time in the
Not within an hour.
No.
Derek, darling, can you please heal me quickly? I don't have a lot
Oh,
of
of course.
health, and if it keeps swiping at me, I could nearly die.
I will cast heal on you at 7th level, so you regain 70 hit points.
Thank
I could
you.
just bind its legs.
Well,
Oh.
there's that. But that's it. Whatever. It seems cruel
Nah.
before we drop it
It's
to
a
its
cat.
death.
It ate
Um,
me.
I like the level of cruelty we're about to treat this animal.
But she gives you a kiss, and then she says, "Okay," and then hands the cat, takes the cat, holds it, grabs like it tightly, and she has gloves on, so she's like, "Okay," and then she's like, "Don't shoot you," and like gives it like a stern look, and then she's like,
Ram!
"Okay,
It's a 2.
you guys do your best to clear everybody out of the way and then get as far out of this area as you can. But tell me how cool it looks."
Okay. Before you go, I just walk up to you and I kind of give you a brush on the cheek, and then I look down at the cat and I scratch the cat behind the ears just a little bit, and I say, "This is for the Duniara Veth, you motherfucker."
And then Fasha says, "Best of luck, all," and then boop on the nose, and then she lifts up. Goes
Okay.
up.
I'm gonna say you take like 3 points of damage from various cat attacks as it's desperately.
I don't mind. The boop
yeah.
is worth 3 points.
So,
Yeah.
so I,
Yeah.
By
I
the
have a-
way, so Yumi, before Basha leaves, she suddenly just laughs like, "Ha! Caught a tiger. I get it."
So I have a question out of character and
Yeah.
a question in character as Vasha is rising. Out of character.
Okay, so I'm rising up in the air right now.
How long is that kraken going to be aware that it's falling before it hits the ground? Or
A
the
little
water,
while.
rather?
Yeah, I
it's gonna
don't
have a
think it
log-
will. Let's see what a cat's intelligence is.
Yeah. Not a lot.
A cat has an intelligence of 3. That's a -4. It has no idea what's happening.
It's got no idea. It's just mad.
Okay.
It's just
Okay,
pissed.
that's fair. I was wondering how long would it have to realize, oh, it's falling, it's still falling. It's
Oh
still...
shit.
I
Yeah.
just googled the maths on how long it would take to fall 1,000 feet, and the first 1,000 feet will take 10 seconds. That's for a human, so the terminal velocity is the same.
Yeah, it'll take
Yeah.
10 seconds, but it'll still be a cat. It doesn't know.
By the way, public goes without saying, none of us here advocate animal abuse. This is a
Absolutely
Hollywood
not. We're all
kraken.
cat
Yes, no, this is a kraken. It's a monstrosity, not a creature, which is why
Yeah.
Varsha's spell initially didn't, like, the nature commune with nature looking for creatures, didn't spot it, because it's not a creature, it's a monstrosity.
Yeah. This creature tried to destroy an entire town. We're taking care of it. We're not killing a kitty cat.
We
And I
love
haven't-
cats.
In character
Yeah.
question of, as we go around and I assume pulling anyone injured from the rubble and
Oh, there's a
getting
lot.
them out of the way,
Yeah. There is a
I'm
lot
just
of
going to
injured and a
turn
lot of dead.
I'm going to
Um,
turn to someone and just say, you do realize that whatever's left of Saltmarsh isn't going to be left after this, you know, the hits, the tidal wave, the entire farmland is going to be flooded.
Well, there's cliffs.
I advise we don't just evacuate the town, but perhaps nearby farmland just in case. Also give people aware that their livelihood might just be destroyed. We don't know how big the tidal wave is going to be. Who knows? It might flood a few farms and completely ruin the soil.
Yep.
I am gathering every single kid I can, just picking them
Yep.
up.
Jarla's finding anyone injured, by the way, and is moving them.
I
Perhaps
miss-
not as gently as he could, because he's trying to do it as quickly as he can. But he is specifically searching for anyone who's been injured in collapsed buildings and the like.
Yep.
Sam is just moving on people generally. If there are any looky-loos, anything like that, but much less eloquently than
Yeah, you're
Jara,
like,
yeah.
get the fuck out of this area.
Just go.
Yep. Okay.
Anyone nearby probably hears him muttering about someone named Maishlia, and how she would probably have his hide if you were to find out what he was doing.
Yeah.
And he's just doing a few mutterings, a few
Fair.
reference to an old friend.
So everybody kind of, because of the way Saltmarsh is, there are cliffs to the north of town, with which you are intimately familiar. So I'm going to say that everybody kind of ushers everybody that they can find up onto those cliffs, which is also going to give you a pretty fun viewpoint.
Just let me know
I
when
will-
you want me to start
Yeah.
talking
I
about
will wild shape into a giant eagle, which I can cast spells in or concentrate. That doesn't change anything, and I will fly up so that I get kind of a bird's eye view of what is going to happen. I'm not obviously not as high as Vasha is, but I want to be close to this action.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm rolling 1,350 d6s.
So
Vasha, go ahead and drop the cat.
Vasha.
So she's ascending, and just as before
Meow.
she's getting to the point, yep, and she's struggling, and or the cat's struggling, but she's been humming the eeny meeny miny mo rhyme the whole time, and the last sentence she said was, if he hollers, back when she was down there, she goes, if he hollers, let him go, and he drops. And then she goes, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And then she just sits there and she, like, her ears are just kind of twitching. And she's going,
The cat
and
falls.
The
And you-
instant before the
Yeah.
cat would hit the water,
Mhm.
you hear an eagle screech, and I drop concentration on the polymorph
Yep.
spell.
All of you hanging out on the cliffs, you get a great view of this tiny speck falling from an eagle and a sea elf in the sky. As it turns into a kraken just as it hits the water and takes 4,772 points of damage. And there are just bits of this thing.
Science, bitch!
Just bits of this thing
I
everywhere, and it's like a meteor hitting. It's like there is a huge splash of water. It catches Derek, it catches you and Varsha. You are drenched in the backsplash from this, even as high up as you are. A huge wave of water rolls in towards Saltmarsh, and if the docks weren't destroyed before, they were. They are underwater now as this huge tidal wave from the blasted apart Kraken takes out everything around the docks and the market area, anything that was the low-lying areas of Saltmarsh. Luckily, Saltmarsh is surrounded by cliffs. It hits the cliffs. The wave hits the cliffs, bounces back off them. You, on the top of these, 700-foot cliffs, are brushed with ocean spray. And maybe a couple of fishy chunks of flesh as well. Because this thing has disintegrated on impact. And if there was a better place to leave a game, geez, I don't know it.
How many points was that? 4,000?
That was 4,772 points of falling damage.
Wow. That is the most damage I've ever seen.
Wonderful.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
That is amazing.
We just, as level 20 characters, we just killed a Kraken and destroyed an entire town in one action.
We're going to Greyhawk, right?
Like 80% of
gods.
the town.
A free action, even.
Yeah, like even outside of combat, because
We are gods, benevolent and malevolent.
We're going to Greyhawk next, right? To get my brother and sister. Let's go wreck it.
Oh yes, let's go find another Kraken. Let's go find another Kraken to drop on.
wreck some shit. Well, it's been
Professional Kraken
as
killer.
you are, and I'm guessing Varsha and Jarek rejoin the others on the cliffs.
I'm like covered in Kraken and goo and
Everybody
water.
is. Everybody
And,
is. This tidal wave was like mostly fish guts.
I think I'm probably just like very like very like happy, but also like that kind of like like very overwhelmed that laughter that comes after like, oh my god, I can't believe, like all the adrenaline has left you and you're like like where you're like, oh my god, what's happened, did that just happen, kind of thing. As I'm just kind of like that, and then just start like sinking down. I'm like,
Very nervous laughter.
yeah.
Back at the cliffs, I have picked up both Sam and Jara, and I'm spinning around because I'm so happy. I just picked them both up. I'm like, yeah!
Get down, please. No, I think that's broken. Put me down. Put me down.
You're fine. Shut up. You're fine. Just take the effects, you idiot.
I think my name is broken. Oh god.
Oh wait, you're serious.
I got slammed into the water multiple times by the Kraken.
Yeah, it was
I'm
like
joking.
bam, bam.
I'm sorry. I didn't see that part. I was probably.
No, it's fine. You will be.
I
you will
said,
be,
look at
yes,
me.
It's fine.
As
I'm still holding Sam though.
Yeah.
as you're all celebrating, Derek kind of swoops down his giant eagle form and lands right on the edge of the cliff, and he transitions back into his human form, or well, his half-elf form.
His ancient mariner form, as we worked
His
out.
ancient mariner form,
He's
yes.
quite literally the
Yeah.
ancient mariner.
And just is seated on the edge of the cliff, staring off into the water. He's got that 1,000-yard stare in his eye.
Yeah.
After a couple of moments of sitting there quietly, he kind of comes to his own senses, almost as though he's like waking up from a prayer. And he kind of wearily climbs back up onto his feet, and he slowly just walks over to the group.
Sam struggles free from Yumi's enthusiastic grasp and walks over and just gives Derek a solid hug and pats him on the shoulder.
At first, I'm almost stiff, as though I don't really know what to make of it. But after a second, I kind of relax into the hug. And you feel a bit of shaking as I'm no longer capable of holding back the tears, and I just start into this rocking cry into your shoulder as the emotions of all of what I've encountered in my life and all of what's led up to this moment of defeat of this beast that's plagued my nightmares for months and months and months has finally been defeated, and the emotions just bubble out of me, and I wrap you up in this bear hug, and then actually turn into a polar bear and give you a literal bear hug, as I'm just overjoyed that I can't. I don't know what to do with the emotions anymore.
Who are you hugging?
Sam.
Sam.
Sam, okay. I was gonna say, because Vasha comes
Probably
down
lands at this
and
point.
yeah, and she has tears streaming, and she lands, and she sees this happening, and she's like, "Teddy bear, I told you." But she looks, and she sees, like, she smiles, kind of that like cute but like still sad smile at Yumi, like she's happy that Yumi's happy. But she looks at Jara, and her like tears just well up, and she runs at him and she hugs him, but she just starts sobbing, and she's like, "How could you try to kill yourself and throw yourself at that thing like that?" And she's like, "Are you crazy?"
First of all, ribs.
And then
People
she's
keep
like,
hugging Jara.
and she just like, you feel like various healing spells being like thrown into you at the same time, and she's like, "I don't care about your ribs," but she does because you're being healed. But she's like mad but happy but mad, and
So, to put it simply, Rasha, there are those who are stained in their souls, deserving of death, and there are those who are not. In comparison to you lot, there is no question about it. There is me, and then there are those better than me. You lot.
Oh, for goodness
Comparison,
sake. Yumi's just gonna come over and she's going to slap Zara on his uninjured shoulder and just look down at him and say, "Zara?
Does Jara have an uninjured shoulder at this point? Or is he just injury?
Zara, with all due
yes,
respect, as someone who has also done terrible and seen terrible things, get over yourself."
you say
And
that. But that does remind me, Shumi, thank you. Shara's actually going to reach down to his hip, unfasten the sword buckle, sword belt he's been wearing for his Zabra, his kind of like Polish style saber. Unfasten it and hold it out to Yumi.
you're
I
gonna
was
stab me,
going
I
to
swear to
think-
God.
No, not quite. I was going to talk to you about how I wanted to stay in Saltmarsh, make sure the sea princes are rooted, but I don't think there is much of a base of operation for them to operate from anymore from our actions. So
No.
my blade is yours, Yumi. There are some slavers we need to get, those dogs we need to slit, and some children we need to save. Directly
That's
as
so
you wish.
funny you thought I was gonna ask. You're coming with me whether you liked it or not. You're smart.
we're
Direct me as you
staying
wish. Yumi.
together whether we like it or not. And then she hugs everybody.
Yumi lets her.
Ooh.
And Sam is just beyond overjoyed at the group hug and Varsha explicitly saying that, and gets a bit emotional as well. Just it's a moment with a capital M.
Mm-hmm.
One final line from Java as I assume like the camera pans out of, okay, that's my spleen, that's my spleen, that's my spleen.
So as the group, including the polar bear, are wrapped in each other's arms, some shedding tears of happiness, some shedding tears of relief, some shedding tears of just pain, the townsfolk who are also up here are looking at all of you with a mixture of wonder, awe, and terror, because what you've just done will be sung about, will be spoken of in taverns across Greyhawk, across Cowland for many, many years to come. You are sure of it. And covered in fish guts and slightly damp, that's where we're gonna leave our heroes, who are genuinely heroes now, who still have things ahead of them to do, but for now they've made sure that the home they've adopted is safe. So that's where we'll leave them. Thank you so much, everybody, for playing and watching and letting me run this fantastic experiment of 20 levels in 5 sessions. We'll go around, I think, and say who we are, who we played, and what our favourite moment from this final session was. We'll start with you, Sam. Eldritch Warlock Ajara.
I was confused with Samuel.
Yes,
for a
Sam is in
moment there.
Sam the person, yes.
Yep. So hi, I'm Samuel. Samuel, I guess, to avoid confusion, might work. Tends to end up that way for me. I always have to go by Samuel. But yes, I can find on Twitter as Eldritch Warlock. Had the greatest honor of playing Jara among this wonderful group of players and DM. Loved every moment of it, but that's the favorite moment from today's session. I have to say, just how can be anything but the Kraken? How can be anything but the Kraken falling to its death as a cat? I can't say anything else. I can't think of anything else at the moment. That was a perfect nat one.
Yeah, what a time to roll a natty one.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Varsha.
I played Vasha Stormsong, the Tempest Cleric Sea Elf. I think I adored every moment of this campaign, but I think what I loved most is its ending. It felt, for a 5-session campaign, it wrapped up in a way that I could never have expected. It felt whole and complete and very satisfying. For 5 sessions, this group was phenomenal. I felt like our group bonded in ways where we are sad to walk away from this. And that is something that I will miss terribly. So I would say that is definitely my favorite part of today's session, is the way that we were able to bring it to a very happy ending.
Yeah, agreed. Derek.
I'm Adam Barnello. You can find me on the internet at Adam Barnello. I had the great honor of playing Derek Altoran, the half-elf druid. My favorite part of the session today, I'm I'm honestly like surprisingly getting choked up just thinking about the fact that we don't have this to look forward to for the next, I don't know, however many weeks that we want to play. I'm not really, I mean, the session aside, the conversations that I got to have with you all in or about the characters offline and the Discord, and just developing the communal story of all of our characters coming together, it was an experience that I'm not going to forget, and it was a very different way of playing than I'm used to having, where the game doesn't end when the session ends. It just continues, and we get to keep doing what we're doing, even if, we're not in the same international date, let alone time zone. So just I feel like I took so much from this game for my home games, and I made 5 friends that I'm going to try everything I can to continue to play with in one form or another as we move forward. So aside from dealing 4,000 damage to a Kraken, it just I'm not going to forget this game. It's been a huge change for me as a player and as a DM, and just in general. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to Alex for putting this together and for giving us the opportunity to share this world. It's been incredible.
Thank you. Dan. Dan is Samael. Dan is Sam.
I'm Dan. You can find me at Scary Dan on Twitter, and you can also find me in the Nerdy People Play D&D podcast in the Old Margreave storyline. playing a very different character to Sam, and I just want to just ditto everything that's already been said about the nature of the group and so on, and just the sort of the personal addition there is if I create a character for something that's intended to be kind of a short run game, I tend to sort of keep them alive and we'll play them again for one shot or whatever if someone says just come over. But I don't feel like I can do that with Sam because of the way I really do. When Sam had that moment from what Vasha said, I was also having that moment because I really do feel like these 5 characters and all of us, I don't know, it's that weird greater than the sum of our parts things because we're all here to play, we all enjoy playing, but this turned into something really special. I literally could not pick a favorite part out of today because, geez, it was just quality from start to finish.
And Yumi.
Hi, I'm Liz Hirsch. You can find me as Ryu Red Wings all over the internet. I had the joy of playing Yumi Onyo, our ancestral guardian barbarian, Fallen Asimir. And yeah, I'm going to miss this a lot. This has been something to really look forward to a lot over the summer for me. I'm going to say that this game has been a comfort to me a lot. I live in a super duper rural area. I do not have a lot of friends near me anymore. So being able to get together with people in this way, and the fact that we were all able to have our characters make such wonderful connections, and that we were all also able to talk to each other has been just amazing. Alex, you are a fantastic DM. Like, really fantastic. You work with us so well. Just all the praise, seriously, for you for doing this and taking time out of your busy schedule. And it was just such a joy to be able to play with all of you. And playing Yumi was a different experience. She's been a character that's been sitting for a while, and it's tugging at my chest, thinking that she went from her whole family being gone, and now she's got a new family, and they're hopefully, if we're able to make things work, we're hopefully going to help her get the rest of her family back. And to me, it's just so huge to me for her as a character that I've had. I'm just like, oh god, oh my gosh, she's getting more people after her life has been just destroyed for a long time. But yeah, I don't know if I could pick a favorite moment, honestly. Really. It's the freak. Nothing's gonna beat that Kraken. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's just amazing and fantastic, and it just makes me so happy we're able to do something so ridiculous. I love it so much. I loved Under the Dragons and the fact that we can do ridiculous things.
Like turn a Kraken into a cat and drop it from high at terminal velocity. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Nothing's gonna beat that. Granted, I do think it's kind of the fact that Yumi got swallowed and also almost kidnapped in the same session was pretty. That was something.
Everyone's scared of Yumi. Everyone's like, let's get her off the battlefield.
I kind of.
Let's just nip that in the bud.
Yeah, no kidding. But I mean, she's got 245 hit points, man, and she can deal like 50 points of damage per turn. So I know what's gonna happen.
Oh, I'm aware. Thank you so much. I'm Alex Katu. I was your DM for these 5 sessions that felt like a lot more than that, which was kind of like, all here, this was a bit of an experiment to see if we could do standalone kind of almost one-shots with an overarching theme, get people from level 1 to level 20 in a short amount of time, explore Saltmarsh and all of that Sourcebook has to offer. I have to give a huge kudos to the writers of that book, because prepping for all of these and being able to make that story was very, very easy. I have to give the world's largest love and thank you and adoration to all of you, my players, because that was an easy campaign to DM because of you. The number of times I was able to just sit back and kind of let you go forth and roleplay and do all the hard work for me was almost constant. So limit your praise for me, friends, because this would not have been possible without such an amazing group of players who were just so you were all so enthusiastic to jump in and make those connections and build those connections between each other. You made my job extremely easy. And I definitely want to get the band back together for some one-shots to cover all of that time in between that we didn't really get to touch on. We don't know what happened between levels 1 and 5, or 5 and 10, or 10 and 15, and 15 and 20. We've got a lot of ground to cover there, so I don't know that this is the last we'll be seeing of our crew. I wonder where your ship's gone. I don't know. You did leave it out in the middle of the ocean, so maybe that's something we have to touch on. But
I didn't think of that.
exactly, you kind of just abandoned the ship you were given.
Sam just starts walking.
Yeah, basically. Just walks across the ocean. Shit, gotta find my ship. But thank you so much to everybody in chat as well, hanging around. I noticed some familiar faces from people who have been here every session, so thank you so much. That means the world to me. Thank you to the Greyhawk channel, Twitch subscribers, and patrons. You are the reason we can do this. You are the reason that we 6 people got to forge such strong connections over the last few months. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for that. This is the end of our campaign. So we won't see you again with this group, but I'm sure we'll see you again in another capacity. So thank you very much from me, from the Greyhawk channel, from all of my incredible players. Thank you for taking this journey with us, and we'll see you again soon, I hope. Bye-bye.